I'd like to call the meeting to order, and I'll start with the land acknowledgement. As we gather today, we acknowledge on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community that we're meeting on the traditional territory of the Omawani people. We wish to thank the Omawani people and express our respect and support for their rich history. And we are extremely grateful for their many and great and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Please stand for a moment of silent reflection.
Our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée.
Keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please be seated. Madam Clerk, could you conduct roll call, please?
Thank you, Warden. And yes, I can. Councillor Proctor?
Present.
Councillor Brose? Councillor Doncaster?
Present.
Councillor Donahue?
Here.
Councillor Giardini? Sorry.
Present.
Warden Nemo?
Present.
Councillor Grills?
Present.
Councillor Yan?
Present.
Councillor Lynch?
Here.
Councillor McKenzie?
Present.
Councillor Mayville?
Present.
Councillor Murphy?
Here.
Councillor Nicholson?
Present.
Councillor Service?
Here.
Councillor Watt?
Present.
Councillor Weir?
Here.
Councillor Wilmer?
Present.
And we have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, thank you. And we'll turn to Mr. Kelly, the CAO, please.
Thank you, Warden. I'll do it from this position today instead of the podium because I think there's going to be questions instead of standing around. I can sit here and answer those questions. So good morning, everyone. This is a bit of a repeat performance from a report given at the Finance and Administration meeting a few weeks ago. And it is indeed an update to the procedural bylaw, at least a contemplated update, contemplated review of the procedural bylaw 8510. So in terms of slides, if we could just get those shared. The procedural bylaw, of course, and I know you've received this, but just in terms of going through it and for the public, a procedural bylaw is one that we use to govern how meetings take place and how the rules are of engagement through the meetings, and basically a playbook for all of us to follow. It's an important document and one that should not be taken lightly, and that's why we've contemplated a full review and have gone through several sets of eyes at this moment to make sure that we've crossed the T's and dotted the I's and looked at our previous procedural bylaw and have brought forward changes. The last time that this was looked at in full was in 2010, again, 8510. And of course, there have been several updates and amendments since then. So as a way of a background and to preempt a lot of the conversation that we'll be having today is that currently, as you well know, we have a series of 5 standing committees with 1 regular council meeting per month. We've noticed more and more that the collaborative efforts that the current council is working with and the SLT is working with is that the duplication of efforts or duplication of reports is happening quite often. I could point to the last 3 committee and council meetings where we have probably presented at least half a dozen times to as many different committees on the same topic. And we note that council members are becoming more engaged on all these topics as a whole. So looking at different ways of engagement throughout regular months, so we're hearing and talking about the same topic and answering the same questions on a regular basis is important to us. Now, we totally understand now that we're live streamed since 2020 that council members have the right to and the ability, I should say, the ability to see the YouTube videos of those meetings. They are not engaged at the time because they're either online on a YouTube video or they're not part of that committee and they're just seeing it afterwards. And more, there is a lot of information items that come forward that we spend a certain amount of time on. Managers and supervisors spend a lot of time on their reports for information items that do get discussed. But the amount of action items exist outside of those information items and possibly should be dealt with a little more in depth than the information items. Anyway, those are just opinions and comments for the moment. And of course, absenteeism, there is, as we understand, as I mentioned at the FNA meeting, is that there's a lot there's a lot to this job as a municipal council member. More and more in your own municipality, there's a lot of engagement. There's a lot of effort to make public appearances. So what we're proposing today lends itself to fewer opportunities needing to be present here in Pembroke at the council meetings. So we started looking at this basically when the clerk became an employee last summer and then started in earnest looking at different ways to make our meetings a little more efficient and a little more effective. So we started looking just in the background at different ways that other municipalities and other counties, upper tiers, are operating. We actually even looked at other lower tiers, your own municipalities, and how you're operating, and tried to come to a consensus on the most appropriate path forward on a suggestion moving this way. So we brought this as a report to Striking Committee in August 2024 in terms of getting some direction to look at least modifying or bringing a recommendation forward to you, and getting some feedback from council members and staff. So we've worked through that over the last few months, and now we're bringing this back to you today. So the new proposed bylaw encompasses many of the elements that we saw and have witnessed and have drafted based on our experiences thus far. So before you today in your packages is an entirely reworking of the bylaw, doing a bold and strikeout version, even from 8510 for sure. And since the FNA meeting, as noted in your report, we've made some largely structural changes, I should say administrative changes that don't affect the structural components of it. For instance, getting rid of the differences between chair and presiding officer. There's some confusion over the many years, and just some of the cleaning up of some of the wording in there more than anything else. For the most part, everything else stayed from what was presented in Finance and Administration for direction and conversation today. because of timing, we're in the midst of an election for warden, as you know. The term doesn't start until December, so we're suggesting that the best time for us as administrative staff to get this rolling would be in January 2025, just to allow us to switch over to the new system. And of course, in the changeover with the diligent software, we'd have to reformat a lot of the work that's been done thus far. So just to go over some of the changes, I'll just skip this when you've had a chance to read it. Obviously, you are all professional members of this council. You understand the meeting principles of what it means to be a member of council and the importance to it. One of the major changes to this procedural bylaw is a recommendation to move to a committee of the whole, and this is our recommendation. So for those who aren't aware, committee of the whole is essentially meeting as a whole of council to discuss the items at each standing committee. So practically speaking, and I think based on a request from members of the F&A committee, the clerk has passed out a sample of what it could look like in terms of committee of the whole. So, for instance, development of property or operations committee would meet with all 17 members of council, and you would discuss this as a committee, just as you would, as opposed to 7 or 8 people on that committee. You would discuss it as a whole. The recommendations coming out of that committee would still be able to be ratified in a 2-week period after that committee takes place at a council meeting. So you're discussing all these items at once. There's an efficiency that you'd all hear the arguments at once, you'd hear the decisions at once, and hear the discussions at once, and staff would only be preparing one report to be heard at that one meeting. Of course, as the slides note, it's designed to streamline the discussions about municipal business as best possible. And again, it's really important. I talked to the warden today in terms of how it could work, just again to clarify that the decisions made at committee of the whole are not ratified until the following council meeting, which is 2 weeks later, which does allow for sober second thought, if you will, to use the common term. And just trying to get could you just advance the slide, Tina, if you don't mind? Thank you. So again, there still would be standing committees. They would be the same as they are now, but we're suggesting that there's an opportunity to move from 5 to 4, but again, we're not tied to this at all. We're just only suggesting to this because of our involvement and the requirements for the City of Pembroke to be engaged with us on certain items that there's a cost funding format. And that would be in the joint services. So everything that we do with the City of Pembroke would be contained in that joint services committee, an operations committee, a development property committee, and a corporate services committee. So again, how it would work, again, it's right in front of you is a draft conceptual agendas. Staff would put the reports in the committee of the whole agenda for discussion at the meeting. The focus would be on items that require direction, action, resolution, or recommendation, and other items that are of interest, but there is no requirement for a conversation other than to I guess if you want to say fulfill our duty to let you know what's happening on behalf of the corporation, is there as what is called a consent item. So to use an easy example, I'll pick on the operations department where you regularly see that lines are being painted or that snow plows are ready to go. Those items are listed as consent items that is important for you to understand. And should you wish to pull them out, you can talk about those items, but otherwise they're there for your information only, and you can pass those along to your municipalities should you wish, but they're not meant to be talked about at length because there's no action to be taken or formal request or comment from any member of the SLT or from the CAO. Right. The items, of course, as it mentions in your draft, is that if there's an item to be considered, I think in the draft was an item about looking to move forward with an ambulance-based design. That would appear as a report and a recommendation separately, and would be a report given by that director If the director wants to bring in a manager responsible for that, more than welcome to do that. But then talk about that item and actually have a recommendation from that committee that will go to County Council 2 weeks later. On the next slide, we talk about how the schedule would work. So every second and fourth Wednesday, the meetings would start with a council meeting, and that would be ratifying the committee of the whole minutes from 2 weeks prior to that. We'd hear delegations from those parties that wish to make a delegation to council, not a presentation. It's a little difference between the two, and we can talk about that in a moment. Delegations are like we've seen from Family and Children's Services, for example, last month, where they come and make a delegation to us. A presentation might be from some partner or from ourselves who wants to make a presentation on, like of CATA, who wants to talk about trails and wants to come and actually meet the committee of the whole, where they're engaged with us as a partner. So good. Every second and fourth Wednesday, they start at 9:30. We have a council meeting. Matters get dealt with in terms of ratification or discussion or voting on a matter or deferring that, and then we immediately jump into committee of the whole following that council meeting on whatever those committee of the wholes, those two standing committees that would be meeting. So we've talked about numbers. So we would be on average right now we'd have 20 council meetings throughout the month, versus our current 11, so that gives a greater opportunity for this council to ratify and make decisions. And now we'd actually have 20 days of committee meetings versus our current 30, which eliminates some travel time for you coming from your municipalities. And now our total meeting days on average would now be 20 versus the 42 that we currently have on an annual basis. The next slide talks a little bit more about committee of the whole, more general advantages about agenda items involving all of the entire council. And the debate would be heard by all, and of course that a little comment that the committee meetings may be a little longer because we're dealing with a few topics over the committees, and the council items should be a little shorter because you've already heard the discussion that takes place at the committee as opposed to having it at council once again. And Tina, if you want to advance it one more. Sorry, just the clicker's having trouble with the length. Thank you. Again, we're feeling from our standpoint that all members of council are hearing all the discussion at one moment. And again, as I've talked about, the sober second thought, you still have a 2-week cooling off period between the discussion and decisions made at committee until you hear it at the council meeting. From a time perspective, staff is looking at how they're fitting in committees and councils of the day, which is a very important moment for us to be here in front of you, and we definitely enjoy it. But in terms of prep time and getting reports to you, as opposed to repeating ourselves, we're only doing it once to you instead of repeating it 2 or 3 times as you've heard over the last few months. And again, allowing for more informal discussion at the committee of the whole amongst all of council, as opposed to the more formality of a council meeting. Committee of the whole tends to be a little more, I won't say informal, but a little more relaxed because we are having full discussions. And of course, there may be an opportunity. Many of you have your own expertise in your private field of study or past experience that you may not sit on a current committee, that you will now, because you'll be sitting on all the committees and making those decisions. So we'll hear from you at the time that the original discussion or point is made. Oh, thank you. So currently, we're suggesting that there's limited cross-committee collaboration, some fragmented decision-making. It is time-consuming. Obviously, there's duplication between the 2 committees, or the 5 committees. And one regular council meeting per month does delay some decisions from council in getting the work done. So the order of business is, Tina, if you don't mind again, please, thank you. In front of you, you'll see, again, this slide is better visualized based on the agendas you actually have in front of you, because it actually lays it out. You have consideration of staff reports. You see the consent items. If you have any consultants or presentations by partners, they'll be in front of you at committee of the whole. a discussion is had, a motion is made that the council will consider those discussion items at a future date, and then at council meeting, there's a final disposition of those reports, and then any deputations that you'd like to hear, and reports, and adoption of those minutes and items that you've heard. So that's committee of the whole. Warden, I can stop there. I can continue on with the other points. Or
Sure.
just-
Do we have any questions or comments right away? Member from Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you, and through you, Warden. Switching from the 5 standing committees to a committee of the whole can have some positive and some negative effects. Some of the negative effects I can see is the committee of the whole is designed for deliberation rather than inquiry, which limits the ability to conduct in-depth studies on ongoing concerns. Standing committees allow members to focus on specific areas, providing detailed scrutiny. A committee of the whole lacks specialization, potentially reducing the quality of deliberation. Committee of the whole involving all members can be too large, leading to cumbersome and inefficient processes. I went through our last 6 months of council and standing committees, and some of them went 2.5 hours, some of them less, but on average it worked out to 2 hours and 5 minutes per standing committee. And the council meetings are generally 5 hours and 40 minutes. So if we look at that and we reduce the council meetings to half, because we're having 2 a month, so that'd be about 2 hours and 30 minutes. And then if we have the 4 standing committees, we have to add that time on. So we'd be looking at possibly, if we had the same scrutiny and diligence that we normally do, we'd be looking at 8 hours or 7.5 hours per every other, or for each Wednesday of the month. So as outlined in the presentation, there's a total of 42 days that we currently have that we are actively engaged in scrutinizing policies and everything. That would now go down to 20. Thus, I believe it would be reducing the oversight by members of county council on issues by over half. I don't think that that's appropriate for us. I think that we need to continue in the format we have. I'm not in favor of the committee as a whole. I think it would be taking away from scrutinizing and actually delving into issues that we need to address. Thank you.
And member from Boncher Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. I couldn't disagree more. I think that this will make us more efficient. At our last Finance and Admin meeting, in fact, most of the items were just forwarded from Health Committee for information. I think that, although my colleague brings up good points about timing, there are many, many, many items that I, as the chair of finance, have asked my committee to forward to all of County Council for full debate, because the items were so important that we felt that all 17 had to have an opportunity to speak to. I think that this is going to afford us less of those special meetings prior to County Council. I know everybody hates those. If you, now all of a sudden you have to be here at 8:30 for a special meeting of operations, so that it can go forward into that County Council meeting. I think that as a whole, we are going to be able to debate and discuss and not have to send things back. In my opinion, this is an excellent opportunity when we've got the procedural bylaw opened up to move to committee of the whole. It works very well in my own township and always has. I know that some people have gone back and forth from committee of the whole to standing committees. I don't think they're as efficient. I like hearing straight from staff with all of our members present, and I think that it will work very well here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Member from Amherst and Bromley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Warden. My comment right now is restricted just to kind of process, kind of housekeeping. It struck me as I was working my way through this over the weekend, there's really, in my estimation, I had put 2, but even just listening to some of my colleagues' comments, I think there's 3 questions, and they're substantively different. I think that adopting a revised procedural bylaw is not the appropriate means to adopt a different committee and council structure. I think that those should be completely separate questions, i.e., council should consider, do you wish to amend the conduct of business, how business is conducted at the County of Renfrew? I think that the procedure, and secondly is the question, and this is not what I had considered, we also have in front of us a separate and distinct question of, does council wish to amend that the term of warden is 2 years rather than 1 year? And again, I think that the procedural bylaw is not the appropriate means whereby we make that change. I will tell you, should council wish to do all of these things today, if I'm on council or someone that replaces me is on council 5 or 6 years ago, they're going to go looking for, where's the resolution where you changed your committee structure? We don't have it, but we adopted a different procedural bylaw. Oh, so there was no specific decision then to change how you do business. There was, for those who were in the room, I cannot recall, I think there's 8 or 9 of us that were in the room in 2019 when we actually moved from, we actually did have 5 days a week. There were 4 in 1 week, and then finance and administration was the following week. That was changed to move to essentially 3 days, where there would be a committee meeting each of 2 mornings and in the afternoons, and finance and administration on Thursday. And that was a substantial change. That was affected by a resolution of council. There was a pilot from February of 2019 through to June, I believe, of 2019. A resolution came forward from finance administration, all of the I shouldn't say all of, but some substantial data in terms of what was the meeting lengths, et cetera. That was a resolution of finance and administration recommending to council that this be the adopted process of how business gets conducted here. So certainly by your leave, Mr. Warden, but it does seem to me, and I would be quite happy to introduce a motion to sever these questions, because I think they are all distinct questions, and I think it is a cloud if simply adopting the procedural bylaw, which in fact is simply the enabling legislation. The substantive decisions on how we are going to do business should not be adopted by the enabling legislation. They should be an affirmative action of this council expressing its will as to how we conduct business. So with that, then I'm moving and I don't even know if it was read yet, so I don't know the appropriateness. Was there any resolution read, Mr. Chair?
No, there wasn't.
Okay, given that, then I will certainly, that we are simply in a discussion phase right now, I'm going to hold this in abeyance. But when we get to that point, I think that I am going to move that these be separated. The recommended resolution here is simply that we adopt the amended procedural bylaw. And I think, in fact, what we should do in order is adopt, do we wish to change the conduct of business of the council for the County of Renfrew? Do we wish to change the term of the warden for the council of the County of Renfrew? And finally, do we wish to adopt the revised procedural bylaw? Because I will suggest to you that the procedural bylaw is necessarily going to be impacted if either of those first 2 questions are not carried. So I think that it is far better and far more pragmatic and practical to separate these questions, but again, I will hold that in abeyance.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? And the member from Laurentian Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. I'd just like to make a comment that as a new councillor to the County Council, the opportunity to sit on an individual committee and learn all the ins and outs about it is a great benefit. I was looking forward to the potential of, after the first year, moving maybe to another committee, learning in whole what that committee does, And I think that would make better council altogether, because your knowledge across the whole board is much more informed.
Okay, thank you. And I have I'm sorry, the member from Laurentian Hills.
Yes, I tend to disagree with Councillor Watt. I find that sitting on every committee, like we have the Committee of the Whole Structure in Laurentian Hills, and I find it works very well. And I find that after 2 years on this council, sitting on every committee as a Committee of the Whole would be more beneficial, and for that reason. But I do have a question. Renfrew County Housing Corporation, would that still be dealt as a totally separate entity and have its own agenda before the joint services?
Through you, Warden, it would, because it would be dealt with at the same time as a joint services committee, because it is a joint service or a corporation that involves the City of Pembroke. So at the same time, because the members from the City of Pembroke would be here to hear that.
Supplementary.
Yes, and as far as the amount of time, I think a good example was when Mesa was introduced. I think every single committee heard the same thing over and over and over, and definitely that would have been. I sat in on some of the other committee meetings, and I found that, there's always that little bit of information that gets missed at another meeting. So I find that having it all for everyone at the same time would be beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Killaloe, Haggerty Richards.
Thank you, Warden. One question. Council meetings, generally speaking, council meetings, are they to be held before every meeting or just the second meeting?
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, through you, Warden. Every meeting, right? So again, the loop of it all, the infinite loop, would be council meeting, 2 committee meetings, 2 weeks later, council meeting ratifying the decisions of those 2 committee meetings prior to, and then the next 2, and then so on, every 2 weeks, right? You'd be making decisions of the prior 2 committees.
Thank you. And Member Anderson Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. Several comments, actually. Early in the slideshow, it suggests that staff were noticing an increase in absenteeism along with conflicting meetings. Was council engaged in the development of the revisions?
Council there was no committee developed for this. So what has happened, and the memo speaks that the departmental report in August, there was a strike committee meeting where this idea was brought forward. There's direction to bring back a report to the F&A committee, so that report was brought forward with drafts at that time. The drafts were circulated in the last few weeks to all members of council with comments. Councillor, you provided a number of comments, and those have been engaged in this new version. And there was a few other members of council that had offered edits as well. Councillor Giardini had a few edits to suggest as well. There again were more grammatically clarifying, but there was no committee of council struck to look at the procedural bylaw changes.
Oh, okay, and thank you, because you've answered a question that was probably about number 5, but I do appreciate that, because that was going to be a comment. I'm probably going to circle back to that, but even where I'm going more precisely is the top paragraph on page 10 of this report says, staff commenced the review of the procedure bylaw earlier this year. The third bullet point, meetings with select staff to gather feedback, even outside of a formal process of whether it be a standing committee, an ad hoc committee, but even just informally, was there any input sought? Was any of the 17 members here present, was there any outreach to them or any discussions with them that perhaps prompted this review?
Through your casually, perhaps. I will suggest to you that I've had casual conversations with the warden prior to this. I've had casual conversations at different conferences. Councillor Murphy as well. There were conversations had at AMO Roma, otherwise just to suggest, here, what do you think? But nothing formal and nothing noted.
Okay. Then circling back to the previous answer, Mr. Warden, and this is what I expressed almost word for word, I guess, as much as possible at Finance Administration. The challenge for me in this, certainly in the procedure of how this was done, or the process that was followed, this and the Council Code of Conduct are companion documents as to the conduct, the performance of the governance of the council for the County of Renfrew. And I think that it was a substantial oversight that there wasn't a group of council, whether it was through the Finance and Administration Committee, whether there would be an ad hoc committee struck to engage on that. As I had indicated at the FNA meeting, on 2 occasions when the procedure was updated at the Renfrew County and District Board of Health, I was engaged in both of those, and they were an iterative process with the board fully engaged right from the get-go. I think that was an opportunity missed, and I think that would have been an appropriate forum moving forward, precisely because these are the guidance documents for council. The procurement policy, the employment policy, all of these policies are absolutely within the bailiwick and the purview of staff. And of course, those reports and recommendations come back to council from staff. In this one, these are our documents, and I think that was a substantial shortcoming in how we got to today, that we had not been engaged much earlier in this process. These are the documents that guide how we do business. Moving on then, and by your leave, Mr. Warden, so one of the things that I will certainly note in that this is a council meeting, but often in council meetings, and given that this is a special meeting, it seems that we are almost devolved to a committee of the whole. We have never really followed a rigid adherence to this. I do note that I have 5 minutes, so I will not take too much longer. But on the proposal here, Committee of the Whole is de facto a standing committee, so I'm confused that we would continue to have standing committees and Committee of the Whole. Ultimately, I understand the principle herein, whereby on one day we would have two directors' reports, 2 reports coming forward to the Committee of the Whole, and on the other day that they would be 2 different reports. But ultimately, we're going to have standing committees within a Committee of the Whole, but a Committee of the Whole is a standing committee. It just encompasses all of council. So it seems like a tentative step, and if we're going to do that, I'm not sure why we're not jumping right in. Picking up on Councillor Weir's comments, I actually even refined it a little bit more than Councillor Weir did. So when he recognized what the length of our council meetings were, keep in mind that might have been from call to order, but typically we weren't conducting our council meetings for quite some time after our call to order. So the January meeting, we actually commenced the order of business outside of delegations. We commenced that at 11 o'clock. In February, it was 11 o'clock. In June, it was 1:45 when we started our council meeting. You may recall we had 2 delegations, and of course then we recognized the long and invaluable service to our community of MPP John Yakubuski. But ultimately, what seemed like long days, the actual business of the council for the Corporation of the County of Renfrew was about 3 hours. That's a challenge. I recognize that. The absenteeism, I'm not persuaded that it is an enormous challenge, since we do have basically unfettered virtual attendance. Essentially, we removed any restrictions. There's an element within our current bylaw that says any conflicting reason. So every one of us is free to identify what a conflicting reason is, and then we can tune in virtually. So from an absenteeism perspective, I'm challenged there. We did just in January adopt a new model whereby we now have a distinct clerk, that we have severed that role from the CAO. The intent of that was to make more efficient essentially the legislative services component. That is why we moved to that model. Also in that report, you may recall from Strategy Corp, was that in that full clerk model, now we had much more expansive opportunity for cross-entity operations, that we're going to cross across departments. We have put that in order. That is there. The challenge for me is that I do not believe that a little bit of knowledge on all of these things will surpass what I believe is much more focused knowledge on the specifics that are in front of us. I at one time sat on operations. I don't need to know what microsurfacing and what these things are anymore, because I have absolute trust that we have capable counselors that are sitting on that, and they can ask those pertinent and salient questions. If there's something that I believe was not asked, and I have the opportunity to review all of the recordings of every committee meeting, I have the opportunity at council to do so. So I believe that there is a much, much more focused engagement on the standing committees that we currently have. I point to the rapid, it is often said of all levels of government how ponderous we are, how slow the wheels of governance move. I would remind council of how quickly VTAC sprang from thin air. It was conjured from thin air, and then it became a thing in COVID. I would likewise look at MESA. I likewise look at community paramedicine and how it has evolved from its initial start. Of course, this is all biased to the Health Committee, because I chair the Health Committee and I am deeply imbued and I know the brief. I know with absolute certainty that if we move to a committee of the whole, there will be much more time required of me to prepare for meetings. I think that our meetings will not be any shorter, and in fact, I'm all but certain that they will be longer. The final thing, just with respect, and it's not per se to the committee structure, but more so to Mr. Kelly's, or one of the items that was here. Mr. Kelly did acknowledge that it is simply a suggestion, but it is the aggregation of the community services and the Health Committee. And I think that one of the things that would be a particular challenge, bear with me, that would be a particular challenge in that instance, I think we are still operating. Earlier this year, I had inquired of Mr. Kelly on some of the foundational documents from essentially what I refer to as the divorce settlement, the schism, wherein the city of Pembroke removed itself from the administration of the county of Renfrew and now is a separated city. You go all the way back to 1971 for that. So the county of Renfrew adopted the bylaw 2232, and this was actually in 1971, and I believe it was also approved by the Ontario Municipal Board that played a role in that separation and the agreement. Ultimately, where the rubber meets the road on this particular question, Section 2 of that bylaw speaks to the shared cost program relevant to the joint operation of homes for the aged, known as Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge, and notwithstanding the anachronistic and abhorrent notion of homes for the aged, I believe that is still the guiding document. The agreement as to cost share has varied, and we have moved that. This lays out the founding of that, but this also lays out the governance of that, and I don't believe that that's ever changed. Ultimately, what this stipulates at Section 2D, the Committee of Management of the Joint Homes for the Aged shall consist of elected members of the councils making such appointments as follows. 3 elected members of County Council appointed annually by the County of Renfrew, and 1 elected member of the Council of the City of Pembroke appointed annually. So it seems to me that if we are going to move to a Committee of Management that is going to be a Committee of the Whole, that is 17 members. That would suggest on this ratio of 3 to 1, it comes out to about 5.6. So practically, of course, it would be 6. It would be my understanding of this. I'm wondering, has this discussion been had, whether directly with the city, whether through the city-county liaison, that I don't know it's within our purview of establishing the full of council as the Committee of Management for Long-Term Care in the absence of engaging with the City of Pembroke on the ratio of the board members.
Thank you. No, there's been no discussion with the city. However, I should note that we've already had, by practice, a change in that, as they have 2 members sitting on the Health Committee, and I believe 1 member sitting on Social Services or Community Services. So I think there's been some change, and I'm not sure if there's documentation, because I've never really given any thought beyond having read that document, so I apologize for that. So, no, we've had no conversation with them about changing it.
In follow-up, I would suggest that that's probably somewhat problematic, because even on the current regime, there are 8 members of county council and 2 members of the city of Pembroke. So we are, in fact, what we would be discussing if we were having a committee of the whole that would be the Board of Management, is at the very least doubling that from 8 members of county council to 17 members of county council. So I think there are practical considerations that are probably going to be important to discuss. Ultimately, in the end, it is, I am not a proponent of this. I know with absolute certainty it's going to take much more preparation time by myself. I have lots of opportunity, as does all of council, to fully engage on all of the committees, which was, generally speaking, unavailable to us until such time as we were live streaming and posting recordings of these meetings. I have done so, but in doing so, I am not demanding of all other councillors that they so engage as well. So we individually have the opportunity to do that, and I will with absolute certainty say my workload is going to increase and the length of council meetings are not going to diminish.
Thank you. Member from Blanchard Valley?
Thank you, Warden. I actually disagree with the fact that this didn't go to a committee. Striking committee sent it through staff to Finance and Admin. Finance and Admin had a fairly lofty debate about it, and we agreed that this was far too big an item for us to even recommend to County Council. So what we agreed to was that we would send it to County Council for this special meeting. But it did go to the, 8 of us on Finance and Admin, or 7 of us on Finance and Admin, and we didn't think that it was fair at that time to sort of say, yeah, we're all on board, or no, we don't want this. And that's why we're sitting here today to debate it out. And I think that saying that, staff didn't engage, well, they did. We were here at Finance and Admin talking about it. So without forming yet another committee in the corporation, I think that was the way striking committee expected it to happen. It went from striking to staff to Finance and Admin. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Member from Amherst Bromley, and then Petawawa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To provide clarity, because I also am on the striking committee, the resolution that striking committee entertained was directing staff to review the committee and council structure. That was it. There wasn't a word in that resolution about the bylaw. As it turns out, when that resolution came to the striking committee in August, as you can read right here in the report, this had been engaged for several months. So the nuance of what I'm suggesting is not that council has been engaged, but that the fait accompli of the recommended revisions, repeal of the procedural bylaw was put in front of us, that there was no engagement, as I had indicated, with the Board of Health. Right from the start, there was a committee engaged. What is it that we wish to see? The board itself was engaged with a questionnaire. What are some of the changes that you would like to see in the procedural? That was not done here. And keep in mind that I think ultimately, and it may be predicated primarily on the election of warden, but the expectation is that this gets approved and is implemented at January 1 this year. So I would suggest to you that backdating the engagement of council substantially, probably to April or May of this year, I think would have been a much more pragmatic approach that probably would have worked our way through a lot of the issues that we are now going to be working through today, somewhat under the gun.
Okay, thank you. And then member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. Just a question for clarity in terms of the proposed Joint Services Committee. Presently, there is a chair of Community Services and a chair of Health. in the new proposed Joint Services Committee, would there just be a chair of Joint Services, or would those chairs of their present committees still remain a chair?
Mr. Gallagher.
So just to clarify, these are just staff recommendations. Of course, these rest with you to make that decision. We're just suggesting in terms of having everybody in one place that there'd be one corporate or one joint services committee with one chair. This council might suggest the 5 standing committees are quite fine, right? Let's have 2 joint services committees, one for health, one for housing and community services. That's part of the discussion. We just thought that now's the time to make an efficient change. But if the effectiveness of 2 standing committees is what is desired, if we were to adopt a committee of the whole, that would be fine. To answer that question. Can I clarify a question, though, about that was previous, if you don't mind? I think it was a question. The committee of the whole would still have chairs. It would still have a chair. So you'd still have a committee talking about operations that would be chaired by an operations chair, and have a conversation about all committees. So it's not just committee of the whole. It's not the warden chairing every committee meeting. It's actually having an advocate support or a supportive member of council who advocates on behalf of operations or development, property, and otherwise, and allows folks to members of council to be a chairperson and have those conversations, and gives the warden a break, to actually sit as an ex officio member and be part of the conversation. So it's not just committee of the whole or council meeting regularly like we are today. This is actually a little step back, operating like we are currently with a standing committee, but just everybody engaged, as opposed to a committee of the whole like we are today. This is, as a council member noted, while it's a council meeting, is operating a bit like a committee of the whole of a council meeting, because we're talking about a singular item. I just need to clarify that. And on the question of timing, because again, I believe there was a question about would this take longer or shorter. If I was to review the last 6 months of items on any agenda item, I would suggest to you that most items that we discuss at length are items that we've given to you for you to do your research and your reading on as purely information items. Summer company, starter company, Taste the Valley dates, all these things I'm picking on Mr. Davis's department. But for example, just because I just read the committee of the whole report potentially, items that are absolutely important for you to know, but are they absolutely items that you need to discuss for 10 minutes or 5 minutes each time we meet? Those are the decisions you need to make today and consider when we talk about what our committee of the whole agenda could possibly look like.
Supplementary, please.
Thank you, Warden. So I hear the word efficiency mentioned quite a bit, and I think what these proposals are meant to do is provide efficiencies, not just for we, the members of council, but I'm looking at all of our staff here. And my colleague from Laurentian Hills made a good point. When some of the MESA programs came up, they were presented at every committee meeting, and then they were presented again at the council meeting. That's a tremendous burden on staff to have to come here 6 times and give the same presentation. And like Ann said, sometimes things are missed when you do things 6 times over and over again. And for a council member, there were some issues that came before all of my committees and then again at county council. So that was 3 times I was hearing the same thing. And to me, that's not very efficient. So if this can create efficiencies in terms of what we as council members have to listen to and debate, and especially for our members of staff in terms of the time that they have to spend here in front of county council presenting the same thing over and over again, then I'm all for it. The other benefit I can see is that sometimes we see, and as councillors, we have to read everything. We read everything that comes before every committee because those are all presented at county council. So I don't think it's going to make us read anything more than we already do now. But what it will do is create an efficiency in terms of what we have to listen to. So with that in mind, I'm in favor of this. I think we have to give it a try. It'll also create efficiencies in terms of the number of days that I have to get in my car and drive here. We're all busy in our own municipalities and in our personal lives, and I think this will create efficiencies.
Thank you. So seeing no further discussion, unless I see, I'm sorry, a member from McNabb Braeside. and then Edmiston Bromley.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So some good discussions here. I've thought a lot about this, and since it was first made aware to me that a project of this magnitude was happening. I tend to be on the side right now, willing to hear more discussion, but that this much of a change is going to be too much all at once, to be perfectly frank. I'll bring up a couple points that I haven't quite heard. So I'd ask my councillors to think ahead, or fellow councillors and staff and everybody to think ahead a couple of years. So in 2 short years, there's going to be a new county council with new county councillors. And I very much agree with my colleague from Edmiston Bromley that it will require a lot more work on each councillor's part to be on all 5 committees to the point where you can contribute to the discussion. So I'm on 2 committees, and I delve into much more detail because I need to speak at those committees. The other committees, I don't have to speak, so I read and I make sure I'm aware of everything. Usually twice, once when I get the committee reports, and then the second time for review when it comes back to council. So thinking ahead 2 years from now, when presumably there's going to be new councillors, everybody was a new councillor at one point, and having to delve into the details of only 2 committees when you're newly elected, and you're also newly elected locally, most likely, is much more practical, I think, than asking new councillors in 2 years to dive into all the details of all the committees so that they can effectively speak on it. I was much more comfortable diving into my 2 and knowing that fellow councillors, 7 or 8 of them, are diving into the details of the other committees. The other thing that I question in terms of the assertions that this will be more efficient is with respect to Pembroke. I think it's a great idea, and I can see the efficiencies of having Pembroke on a joint committee. It'll certainly save a lot of time with the warden and staff members connecting with Pembroke and bringing the decisions of council to Pembroke, then to continue to negotiate. If that's done more at the point of decision in council meetings, then that seems to make sense. But that too will add to the time pressure and the time burden of those 2 days. And I tend to agree with the math that I've heard from my colleague from Greater Madawaska and from Edmiston Bromley, that I don't think this is something we should just be trying. I think we need to walk before we run a little bit more. One of the examples of efficiency has been the Mesa, and I would tend to disagree with comments that I've heard that was inefficient. Being that it's a very large project that involves several departments and several committees, I think it was very appropriate that each committee look separately. And I know it was inefficient from staff point of view to make the presentation multiple times, but I think because of the scope of the project, I don't see it as inefficient at all, that each committee had to carefully consider this Mesa project from the perspective of that committee. And I think we ended up in a very good place. But because of the extra work done at each committee level, to carefully consider all the ramifications of something that takes not just a lot of financial resources, but a lot of staff resources for dealing with something, of very, very high importance to deal with. So I don't really see it that way. I'm wondering if this may be premature, but I'll just throw this out here that we find a way to include the committee of the whole, where those occasional times do warrant making one presentation to all of council that isn't as deep as the Mesa project, for example. Include that in the council day, so that we maybe test the concept before we go all the way here. I think I probably used up my 5 minutes or just about, but I also agree with a lot of the procedural concerns that have been expressed. It's ironic that we're talking about the procedural bylaw, which I believe is fundamental to how we represent our constituents at the county level. It's a bit ironic that the direction came from the steering committee, which doesn't have a terms of reference. So I think having this meeting is very good, but I think we jumped through a lot of steps that should have involved councillors right from the get-go. And I do agree with my colleague from Edmundston Bromley that the major changes should have been separated out in a resolution and then go to staff to clean up a lot of the administrative items that they have. So I'll leave it at that for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And then member from Edmundston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden.
I think we'll then move on after your comments.
Thank you. A couple of elements. First, I just want to bring forward, there are currently 6 members of county council that I believe only come to the county building twice a month now. When we did move to the 2-meeting-a-day format, in fact, I think initially there was a lot more overlap. It has changed somewhat. But currently, councillors Proctor, Lynch, McKenzie, Watt, Nicholson, and Grills are here for a full day for 2 committees, and then are here at county council. So if I'm not mistaken, I would suggest that those councillors are only traveling twice to the county administration building. So there is opportunity even there. The second item that I wanted to pick up on is efficiency, and I've always been troubled by the term efficiency. I think one must define what one means by efficient. If no one ever calls the ambulance service, it's very efficient that we don't have to respond at all, but it's not really fulfilling the mandate of what the ambulance service is meant to do, or the paramedic service. Apologies. What I would say, particularly Mesa seems to have been the example put forward as the onerous burden. But I'm pretty sure that all 3 committees that saw the same report. So the administrative time in preparing the report was done once. I will allow certainly that having all of the directors at each of the committees, just in terms of the hourly wage to be sitting in on a committee, yeah, that's something to be considered. But I would suggest that there might be just as much opportunity to say that outside of the particular committee that a director may necessarily be required to sit on, I don't know if there's value for them to actually be coming to the other committee meetings, because routinely at the health committee, there are directors that don't have anything to do with the health committee or any of the business that is being conducted on the health committee. So I think that there is probably opportunity both to utilize resources better, and I don't think it would be disappointing to our directors if they were advised of that. Probably there's a better allocation of their resource in their departments than coming forward to sit at the health committee if one's bailiwick is in fact building highways. So I think that there's opportunity for that. In terms of the efficiency, I don't know really how we're measuring that. As I said, I think the report was done once. So final point on efficiency is, where does one determine what the efficiency of governance and transparency is? It has certainly become much more prevalent right across the province on governance and oversight, and paying diligent attention to properly providing those things. And in my estimation, this will reduce that. And anyway, I thank you for the opportunity for a final comment, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So there was a couple of points raised that definitely fall in my lap. Part of the initial discussion on the procedural bylaw was the yellow sticky file. The things over the years that we've noted should be changed, and I'd spoken to the clerk about it. Some things that that we thought needed to be changed, and that stimulated this process either at the same time or I was slightly behind her, and I should have thought of the larger picture and made a more definitive and substantial effort to include members of council to move forward. So that definitely is my is my faux pas, and I apologize to council for that because I leaned a little too heavily on the piece where the the warden or the chair is to offer advice and informally reflect the will of council, in discussions with staff or the community. So again, that was me taking too broad a read on my responsibilities and duties. With regards to things missed, I think the things missed comment from presentation to presentation was more the specific content provided by members of committee, because I think the staff had the same presentation, whether it's MESA or whether it was enclosed or open, the discussion about the paramedic base in Eganville, and there's been other projects over the years which have crossed over it, and other committees have had to hear about it. And part of the responsibility of myself is to bring those points to the committee, sort of gather the informal comments or the comments and questions of council or of committee members through the committees, and I think staff do that as well. So hopefully we've been able to capture all of that, and if we haven't, then that again is on the responsibility lies with me. So having said that, I think we'll take a break, a bio break, come back at 10:45, and then we'll move to the warden section, and then the rest of the report, and then I think the member from Amherst Bromley had a worthwhile suggestion on breaking it out into 3 separate motions, and then we can move forward from there. So thank you. All right, Mr. Kelly, please, if you want to continue.
Thank you, Warden. Great conversation so far. The next part of the discussion and part of the procedural bylaw update was looking at the term of warden, and as suggested at the F&A committee, that the term of warden, of course, is part of procedural bylaw 8510. And the slide in front of you, again, was presented to the committee at that time and was noted that, and just purely a note, not an opinion, that since 2002, those folks who have been elected warden have sat for, it's been a one-year term, and it continues to be a one-year term for several decades. But again, on the chart in front of you, those elected, there's been no one since 2002 that has sat for less than 2 years. Again, just a note, not an opinion or otherwise, just for your verification. So what we're suggesting, or has been suggested, is extending the term of warden to a 2-year term that allows for a continuance of leadership or governance over the course of your learning years, and then into a second year to continue the governance, the strategic direction otherwise, and allow some continuity between that. Fully understanding that should council wish to have that continuance, then a 1-year term, that warden could be elected for 2 years. But again, wanted to bring this up as a point of discussion. So creating a 2-year term offers, again, the following advantages: a continuity of leadership, as I've spoken to, benefits from that greater experience because of the year of experience, or that number of meetings of, oh my gosh, the Warden's Caucus, and sitting perhaps with Roma or AMO or other things that the warden may or may not get appointed to, and allows for longer term goals to be accomplished. And again, there is the annual transition period before and after the election, and the actual running of the election on an annual basis. Of course, again, two of, I'm sure, a few more disadvantages of a 2-year term: the potential for reduced accountability or loss of interest, perhaps, of a member that becomes warden. If I'll say the words is in the place for 2 years and for some reason loses interest over those 2-year periods and is now in that position. Now, there is obviously methodology should that warden choose to resign in that position. There's obviously an election you could take place and all those other things, but those are noted as a disadvantage here. And of course, it does reduce the opportunity for other members of council to serve. There are 17 members of council. Ultimately, if you have a 4-year term, you have two wardens. So that is noted as a disadvantage. So again, we've suggested that the time to review this change would be now, because we have 2 years left, or in 2026, effectively, the next term of council, or the next run of council, becoming 2027 term. And all we've done at this moment for discussion is leave 2026 as a placeholder. Should council discuss this and wish for a 2-year term, then it would be this year. You could amend the changes that we've included, or leave it as 2026, or disregard it altogether. Just other notable changes. You've had a chance to review these, of course. It just clarifies some language, as my preamble suggested. There's some new language around staff reports, simplifying some of the rules of debate, and updated some of the terms of reference and some of the motion wordings and some of the definitions that are helpful to new or returning council members as they work forward. So to a point that was made earlier, there was no resolution read because we thought we'd have a presentation prior to a resolution being read, but what's in front of you today in terms of a staff recommendation is that the County Council adopts the updated procedural bylaw effective January 1st, 2025, and that bylaw to 8510 be repealed. Of course, I do note that there are significant items for consideration to be considered today or amended, so the recommendation could be updated or adopted as amended, or severed as perhaps suggested. Those significant items are, of course, the term of warden, and included in that term is when it would be implemented, the number of committees, of course, and overall that committee of the whole is adopted. Warden, that is the presentation. Of course, like the previous slides, the clerk and I are open for questions and comments.
Thank you. Questions and comments? Member from Greater Madawaska, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Through you, Warden. Just in some of the terms of reference under 3.2, role of council members, M, dress in business attire for all council meetings and may dress in business casual. We're going to be held to a standard, which we already are, but within it, there's no definition of business of attire or business casual. So I think if we're going to be held to a standard, I think we need some sort of definition to be held to. And section 4.8, notice of regular meeting, no notice shall be given. I'd just like some clarity around that. Does that include calendar requests? Basically, what does no notice of regular meetings mean? I have a couple more. Do you want me to stop there or continue through?
So, yeah, we'll have you stop there, and then
Sorry, Warden, I would suggest if we're actually going to debate the amendments to this, or if there are questions or changes, then if we're going to suggest changes or amendments, then we actually should get a motion on the floor.
Okay.
Because now we're talking about actual amendments or changes. If they're just concerns or inquiries to what is meant, then I can address those. And I think your first question, Warden, if you don't mind, a little lenience. The business or business attire, we could put a definition in. I thought we all understood what that is, but if you want greater clarity, a previous CAO many years ago warned me never to get involved in judging a person's clothing.
Yep.
So I shall never define clothing ever again because we made headline news about this. So the business or business attire, again, with all due respect, I think we all understand what business attire is, casual business attire is. And it's common language when we attend conferences or otherwise, but if it's the desire, we could try a definition of attire.
member from Boncher Valley, please.
As the subject of the national headlines, I would say no, please do not delineate what business attire or business casual means. We are all adults, we are not in high school, and everybody should know what it means. And I never, ever, ever want to be on the front page of the National Post ever again due to this. Thank you.
Okay, I agree. And so,
I could ask the clarification
Yep.
from the council member. Is 4.8, I think is what you had referenced, right? Is that the 4.8? No notice? Is that, sorry, I got the wrong number.
Yeah, that was 4.8. Thank you.
Right, so the regular council meetings, the notice is that the calendar is published on a regular year. That's ultimately your notice for the year to the public, is that's your calendar. And that's why we're not doing any separate notices for that. That's the one-time notice for the whole year's calendar.
okay, thank you. And so with that, I'll read the motion, and then we can move forward from there. And so the motion is that County Council adopts the updated procedural bylaw effective January 1, 2025, and that bylaw 85-10 be repealed. Can I get a mover, please? Member from Boncher Valley, seconder member from Laurentian Hills, and now we'll move to discussion. And member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. So as I had suggested at the outset, I believe that there are distinct questions, and they are distinct from each other here. And I think for the public record, it is also more appropriate to adopt the changes or not, but at least consider the adoption of the changes to the structure of our committee and council meetings and the term of the warden as separate elements from the procedural bylaw changes itself. So what I am suggesting, I move an amendment that the question be separated, to wit, be it resolved that County Council approve the recommendation that it revise its conduct of legislative business and responsibilities from the current standing committee structure to a committee of the whole structure. That be question one. I do apologize, as I had indicated this morning, I had not considered the term of the warden as a separate question, but I believe a similar resolution would be in the offing. Be it resolved that County Council approve the recommendation that the term of warden be revised from a one-year term to a two-year term. And finally, that there be a follow-on resolution. Be it resolved that County Council adopts the updated procedural bylaw effective January 1st, 2025, And along with that would be the additional wording, and be it further resolved that bylaw 2010-85 be repealed. So that's part of the third, and I think I'm just repeating what is actually in the question as it is today. So that would be my amending motion, is to sever the question into three distinct parts.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Member from Greater Madawaska. And so with that, we'll debate the amending motion. Yeah, the first one. So, and I'm sorry, I had cut off the member from Greater Madawaska. So are you more towards the procedural bylaw portion of this, or?
I think we can deal with the motion on the table right now, and then I can get back to a couple of questions I have within the bylaw itself.
Thank you. And again, my apologies. And so with that, we have the first question is the discussion about moving from the existing standing committee model, in short, to the committee of the whole model. Is that how I understand it?
That is my amending motion, is to sever into three distinct questions, yes.
Yes, and that's the first question. So with that, any...
If I might, though, I think, Mr. Chair, we actually have to deal with my motion to amend not each of the individual components thereof.
My apologies. Okay.
Because if, in fact, council is not disposed towards amending, we have one question again.
Yep. Okay. So the motion with all three parts. Is council disposed? Yes, sir.
Just to speak to my motion,
sure.
Mr. Warden, reiterating essentially everything that I said earlier this morning, that I think that these clearly are distinctive questions from each other, and I think that this is a much more pragmatic process, and I think for future staff and future council, there will be a much neater thread to be able to follow as to how we've established how we do business.
Okay, thank you. Other comments, further comments? Okay, seeing none, call the question. Those in favor of the motion? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you, council. So with that, we will then move to the first motion, which is with regards to moving from the present standing committee model to the proposed committee of the whole model that was outlined this morning. And with that, I would need a mover. Okay, thank you. Member from Abbotsford Bromley. And a seconder would be a member from Bon Shore Valley. And so discussion, please. I'm sorry? Oh, is this the one you wanted changes to, Councillor Weir? Sorry.
No, sorry. I'm going back into the procedure, so I think we need to deal with this motion first.
Got it. Okay. I'm just trying to make sure we're all on the same page. Okay, and so with that, the member from Amherst and Brownlee, please.
Just to be certain, I want to, and it is my habit now because I can speak faster, I think, just wanted to make sure that Ms. Van Starkenburg clearly has what I had proposed in my amending.
Okay, so we have that the first amendment that we're discussing right now would be that we are moving from the existing standing committee to the proposed committee of a whole model, and you wish to have discussion on this.
Well, and I will read again, because I had a particular articulation of what I wanted the amending motion to read, and that is, be it resolved that County Council approve the recommendation that it revise its conduct of legislative business and responsibilities from the current standing committee structure to a committee of the whole structure. That is what actually I had said, and it is what the vote was called upon. So I wanted to make sure that we had clarity on that.
Okay, thank you. So you've heard the motion. Is there any further discussion? Okay.
Warden, could I ask for a recorded vote, please?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm just checking online. Any of the three members, are you, nobody's raised a hand? Okay. Oh, Abbotsford Bromley, or sorry, McNabb Braeside.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to reiterate my opposition to this for the reasons that I expressed earlier. I think it's, I'm not in disagreement with Committee of the Whole being part of the governance model that we're using. My colleague from Edmonton Bromley pointed out, and the CAO pointed out, and so before we get to a vote, I just want clarification on this point, which I think is fundamental to this amendment. And the CAO mentioned that standing committees would still exist, and the member from Edmonton Bromley pointed out that the Committee of the Whole would replace the standing committees. So I think there's some confusion in that terminology that I would ask to be clarified. So do we have any standing committees, or we just have Committee of the Whole that's got different items on its agenda for that particular session?
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Councillor McKenzie. The idea is, and the definition therein, is that committee meets as a whole, meets as an entirety to discuss items of the standing committee's terms of reference, ultimately. Each committee, operations, development, property, or joint services, corporate services, all have terms of reference. You would be meeting as a whole of all of council to discuss items pertaining to any items that has the disposal of that committee to deal with. So yes, there is still a standing committee that all of council as a committee would deal with.
And further, I think just to give you a physical description, what would happen is I, as warden, or the warden going forward, would open the meeting, conduct the business from the previous standing committee, then, sorry, the previous Committee of the Whole with the previous two standing committee items brought forward, and then I would vacate the chair. The warden would vacate the chair, and then the two respective chairs for those committees would come up and conduct the business one at a time, and then I would come back and end the meeting. And with that, the member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Warden. I just had two questions. The first one has to do with the delegations and presentations. I just want to make sure they're both very important, and you can see, I think, by the amount of questions and inquiry that we have during delegations and presentations to council, how important it is for us to have that ability to be approached by different organizations or individuals in the public. Is that delegation and a presentation going to continue both as Committee of the Whole as well as County Council? How would that, what would be the logistics behind that, or the intent? Can the CAO give any details?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I think that question is probably more germane to the discussion vis-a-vis the procedural bylaw itself, as opposed to the question of whether we're going to continue to have standing committees or Committee of the Whole. Because that is contained within the current procedural bylaw. It does lay out the agenda of a Committee of the Whole and Council. So it would seem more germane to entertain that question on the discussion of the procedural itself.
Let me rephrase my question then. That's all right.
Certainly.
So in the change from Committee of the Whole from standing committees, is there any loss of the opportunity for the public to engage directly with Committee of the Whole?
Short answer is no, because I think any warden sitting in this chair recognizes the need to have information brought forward from the community, because it often drives, or sometimes drives, initiatives or further informs on initiatives that we're involved in. And so I no, it's not proposed to be any change, and I would think any warden sitting here would use their authority to add something to the agenda if they felt it was of interest to the whole community.
No, that's perfect. No, and I've, our township also works with Committee of the Whole. I'm familiar with it. We've advocated for it before in other boards and committees, so I'm supportive of this approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any, Amiston Bromley, please.
So it has just dawned on me on the last two councillors' comments. Are we required, if we are convened as a committee that encompasses the entirety of council, that it must be a committee of the whole? Is there any reason why the standing committees that we currently have couldn't be comprised of council in its entirety? i.e., I'm curious why we would necessarily need to be considered a committee of the whole to engage in essentially community services reports rather than a community services standing committee that cites all members of council as committee members.
My simple answer is that I think the present structure was conceived in the past to make sure it was compliant with the Municipal Act, so it wouldn't be seen, the committee meetings wouldn't be seen as council meetings. And I think that was, I'm not sure there's any thought given beyond that. So I think that was the first and only rule that was considered when the terms of reference were set some 20-odd years ago.
If I could follow up, though, is there anything that inhibits us? Because I think that particularly in Councillor McKenzie's comments, that's what prompted this question is Committee of the Whole, while it's been on our procedural bylaws since I got here in 2014, I don't know if it's ever actually been invoked. But at the end of the day, is the same outcome not achieved if we continue to have our standing committees, but just have as members every member of council?
Yeah, no, there's nothing stopping more people from being engaged other than currently the past structure, sorry, through you, Warden, the past structure has been striking committee. The warden establishes the striking committee, and the striking committee has set the terms that each committee has 8 members or 7 members or otherwise, right? And that's just the way the structure has been struck. You could strike it with 17 members or 14 members or otherwise, right? If that's how many members you striking committee determines or the warden determines sits in each committee. But I think the warden's entirely correct, is that there was a time and place where they thought they'd split everything up, and the math of doing 2 + 1, everybody has 2 meetings or otherwise, that's just the way it worked out.
If I may, as a follow-up, though, I think, so we've heard now that essentially the Committee of the Whole is going to be meeting as standing committee with each of them still having a chair. So it seems like there's very little space between the proposed Committee of the Whole and simply, through the terms of reference, removing from the warden's discretion the appointment, i.e., if the terms of reference in our procedural simply identify that all members of council shall sit as members of operations, development of property, etc., it seems to me that the same outcome is achieved. Of course, the striking committee is still going to be required because there are groups outside of the standing committees, or even as envisioned Committee of the Whole, i.e. the Board of Health, the Shaw Woods, the Algonquin Forestry Authority. There are various outside agencies. But I'm wondering if it's not being a little confused, because it sounds almost like Committee of the Whole as envisioned here is the same as standing committees, but with the standing committee membership being the entirety of council.
Through you, Warden, the question, as I understand it, can the changes be made? Yes, functionally, they could be made, but this is essentially what we're doing. But again, Committee of the Whole is dealing with those items to deal with that department, with those departments individually. Having every member, if we were to take the 5 meetings we have now and have 17 members that would be 17 members convening 5 times a month prior to county council. and then county council once again. So that's, again, measuring inefficiency. That would be inefficient to do that as opposed to having everybody in one room for that one day and dealing with 2 meetings at one time. Again, I don't want to argue efficiency, but that's the thought behind that.
Okay, supplementary, and then we'll move to.
My final is, I am satisfied with that, and it's not to encumber this conversation. However, one thing did occur to me. I am not in support, and perhaps that is a question for the procedural. I will leave that to your decision, Mr. Warden. I am not satisfied with the amalgamation of the 2 committees that currently are the joint services, that is to say the health and community services. And I'm quite content to defer that to the discussion on the procedural itself if you feel that's appropriate.
I do, thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, Boncher Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. I think Craig answered the way I would have answered. It doesn't make sense to haul 17 of us up here for 5 meetings plus county council. Again, I see efficiencies here, and I think if everybody does their homework and comes prepared to class, it will be far better for all of us. Thanks.
And the member from Killaloe, please.
Just, thank you, Chair. Just thinking down the road, would this be effective January 1 if this part passes? And sort of a secondary question is, if this passes and the procedural bylaw does not pass, what does that do to this situation?
I would argue that if the procedural bylaw doesn't pass, I would very quickly ask for a motion to have staff go back and review it, because this motion would still be on the books. Okay, thank you. So with that, we've had a pretty good discussion. Is there any further comments? Abbotston Bromley?
Just, sorry, I was in discussion with my seatmate here, and I wanted to clarify, there would be a distinction between committee of the whole and the standing committees, but it doesn't need to be all on different days. Ultimately, the only distinction on the 2 days that are being proposed is that a standing committee would be called to order and adjourn, and then the next standing committee would be called to order and adjourn. All 17 members would still come for 2 single days. It is simply that we continue to meet as the standing committees. There would be no distinction. And ultimately, I think if that resolution was brought forward that the standing committees be all aligned on 2 specific days, this may have been a shorter discussion.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'm going to call the vote. So, I'm sorry? It's a recorded vote.
I asked for a recorded
I'm
vote,
sorry.
please, Warden.
Yep, thank you. Sorry, my apologies. I was busy writing notes.
Councillor Murphy. Oh,
Yes, Laurentian Valley Hills.
Could you please repeat the motion one more time? There's been
Thank you.
so much discussion.
I will ask Councillor Donahue to repeat it and perhaps send it to me electronically.
Certainly, just bear 1 minute. I've moved on to the procedural here. It will take a moment to go back. Okay, by your leave.
Certainly, thank you.
Be it resolved that County Council approve the recommendation that it revise its conduct of legislative business and responsibilities from the current standing committee structure to a committee of the whole structure.
You've heard the motion, and we'll move forward with the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Murphy?
In favor.
Councillor Proctor?
In favor.
Councillor Doncaster?
In favor.
Councillor Donahue?
Opposed.
Councillor Giardini?
In favor.
Councillor Grills?
In favor.
Councillor Yan?
We missed your vocal. If you just give a thumbs up saying you're in favor or opposed. Okay. Okay, if you could, apparently you're unmuted, if you go ahead and respond.
In favor.
Thank you.
Councillor Lynch,
Opposed.
Councillor McKenzie. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Is that any better?
Slightly, yes. Thank you.
Councillor Mayville,
Opposed.
Councillor Nicholson,
In favor.
Councillor Service,
In favor.
Councillor Watt,
Opposed.
Councillor Weir,
Opposed.
Councillor Wilmer,
Opposed.
Warden Emo,
In favor.
and the motion has failed, 8 to 7.
Recorded.
Oh, sorry, 95 to 101. I didn't hit enter again, so. The motion has passed 9 to 7, 110 to 101.
Okay, thank you, Council. And so with that, we have a second motion. I'm sorry.
Could you repeat the
Numbers?
the numbers and the head count?
There was 9 for, 7 against, and the numbers were 110 to 101.
Okay, thank you. So with that, the second motion. The second motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The second motion, be it resolved that County Council approve the term of warden be revised, that it be a 2-year term rather than a 1-year term.
Thank you, and you're moving it, and a seconder would be member from Deep River. And so discussion, please. Member from Bon Shore Valley.
Would you consider amending that motion to begin the 2026 into 2027 year?
I think that if another member wishes to amend the amendment, it is certainly within their purview.
Okay, thank you.
Then I will move to amend the amendment.
Okay. Okay, and then a seconder for that? Town of Petawawa, please. Okay, so the amendment is that this portion of the 2-year term would begin at the beginning of the next election cycle, which would be the 2027 season, or 2027 and 2028 of the council term. And I see Deep River, please.
That's not what I heard. I heard to begin in 2026.
My apologies. Yes, in the next election cycle, as opposed to in this 4-year term. Apologies.
So it would initiate December 2026 for 2027, 2028. Excuse me.
Sorry. Could you repeat that again, Mr.
Okay,
Warden?
so I think the intent of the motion was that this would be initiated December of 2026, recognizing that that is for 2027 and 2028, and that's when the results of the 2026 election would be in December, or prior to that, but.
So it would take effect after the next municipal election?
Yes.
Okay,
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so hearing that, discussion, please. And I hear McNabb Brayside, and then Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, Warden. I'm generally not in favor of this based on the point of accountability that's raised in the disadvantages. While it's worked out, it's been noted that it's worked out that most have multiple terms, that there is some accountability and halfway through the 2 or 3 year term or whatever, which I think is important to keep, particularly if we, and with respect to this motion, we're looking ahead to the next council. And again, there'll be a lot of new people, and they may wish to have that opportunity after 1 year, of whoever the warden is starting 2026, to just go through the process of accountability. But my question is to whoever's moved this or proposed this, like the old adage is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm just wondering what's broke with having that's trying to be resolved here.
Okay, thank you, and then we'll move to Greater Madawaska and then Boncher Valley. Oh, well, I'm hoping that you're going to hear what's broke, and I'm using your term in the discussion. Thank you. Greater Madawaska and then Boncher Valley.
Thank you. Through you, Warden. Just for clarity, in section 35.5, it says that this bylaw will come into effect January 2025. Should that effective date then, because we're pushing the wardens to 2 years, should that be changed to January 2027 for the effective date of this bylaw?
Mr. Kelly?
Yeah,
I know they've separated them, but I'm just wondering, there's a distinction.
So I'm assuming there will be amendments to the procedural bylaw in some fashion today. So that would be under the election of warden, which I am going to suggest is one of the sections here. Sorry, let me find the section. Wherever the section of election of warden takes place, it would state in the preamble or otherwise an election of warden beginning December 1st or whatever that date is that we have to do, 2026, the election of warden shall be. So we'll just have to change the election of warden in that one little piece. It won't change the overall. Well, the procedural bylaw will have to be as amended.
So section 23, page 39. Okay, and so we'll move to Arm Park, please.
Thank you, Warden. Probably not the right question or the right time, but if this goes to a 2-year term, in other municipalities, we always have a deputy mayor. Would we have a true deputy warden in the event that the warden falls ill? We don't have to have another election. The deputy simply takes over. Thank you.
It's not proposed. What is in the package is the deputy warden as a ceremonial function at this point. Is consistent with our practice. Okay, so there is acting warden in there should somebody fall ill. Boncher Valley, please.
I would just like to respond to my colleague, Councillor McKenzie. Yes, it's been very nice year over year to be able to elect a new warden if need be, or allow the warden maybe to not fulfill, I'll speak for myself, a fourth term, for a fourth year. It's not necessarily broke. The continuity is lovely. Especially when you're going over an election year, weirdly enough. But it is a very big job, and I think that we do have provision if somebody is unable, as the CAO said, if they didn't want to continue with a 2-year term, that we could hold another election. I think. I'm not sure that it's broke. It's a very big job, and I think, throughout especially when you get to your third year with massive flooding, by say October you're tired and you're ready to hand the reins over to somebody else. But it's I think that a lot of our colleagues, much like Committee of the Whole actually, a lot of our colleagues, especially in Eastern Ontario, have this as practice. They have it all, they have it in different iterations, but most of them have 2-year terms, and I would hazard to say 90% of them have Committee of the Whole. So I think that this is, it's an excellent suggestion. Thanks.
Thank you. I always struggle with discussing something like this because it sounds self-serving. But I've become a convert to the idea of a 2-year term, just simply because of the effort to engage outside of the county and then also inside our community takes you a considerable amount of time in your first year, and you don't often get a chance to move things along in those relationships until you have several meetings under your belt with them. So it just makes it flow a little more efficiently for the chair of warden, or the office of warden. And I hate speaking in the third term, but I think it is a valid point for us to consider and to endorse moving to that term. Now, having said that, if I was sitting in my town of Renfrew chair and was thinking I wanted to be warden someday, and this was going to, I look around the room and see there are 4 or 5 other people, I'd have to remain here until I was 80, and I'm not sure I want to do that. And however, I'm hoping that I've put aside my selfish thoughts far enough to be able to endorse this. So thank you. So with that, I don't see any other comments. So we're voting on the amendment, which is to start it.
Sorry,
I'm sorry. Member from McNabb side. Okay,
thank you. Just one final comment that I ask my colleagues to take into consideration. If we pass this, we're also eliminating a 3-year term, and we've had a few of those. So I think we're eliminating that flexibility, which, as Councillor Murphy pointed out, was we've had 3-year terms as well too. So we'll be basically eliminating that possibility with this. So another reason why I'm going to vote against it.
Okay, thank you. So what we're going to be voting on now is the amendment, which delays the start of this until the start of the next election cycle, or the next county council cycle, which follows the municipal election with the results in 2026. Okay, so with that, all in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you, council. And now we will move to the motion, which makes this a 2-year term. And member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden, and kudos. This has been a circuitous path. I assume you have been dropping breadcrumbs. I'm kind of curious So this chart on page 21 of today's agenda goes all the way back to 2002. I'm wondering, in that period, how many contested elections there were. I know that in my term here, I believe there was 3. There's one in 2019, 2020, and 2016.
In 2018.
Yours twice?
No, mine once. Because I was 16 into 17, 17 into 18, contested 18 into 19.
And 4 counting this year.
Through you, Warden, to the council member, there were 3 times that we believe there was a 4th possible, but the member withdrew. I think Councillor Stack at the time withdrew through making declaration, but we're aware of 3 over those 20 years.
Oh, joy. So all of them were within my time here.
And Councillor Rathwell, the day of the election with Warden Wisniewski Moore at the time, withdrew that day. So he had put his name forward, had lined up his support, and then withdrew his opposition.
Okay, thank you. And in follow-up to that, so ultimately, particularly I think in response to the warden's comments of the amount of outreach that is done out into the community, to our community partners, to our stakeholders, et cetera, I think that there's an equal value in continuing the outreach to council. Because when we engaged on this in 2016, my opinion was the same then as it is now. There's a very simple method to extending a term beyond 1 year. It's to do a good job. It is to appeal to the people in this room that you are doing a good job, to be able to demonstrate to the people in this room that you are doing a good job. I think that that's not a terribly high bar. I recognize that all of us assembled here, including yourself, Mr. Warden, are subject to our performance appraisals only every 4 years, but I don't think it's a particularly onerous task. The other element that kind of jumped out at me on, this is on page 2022, regarding the term of warden. So I'll address the bottom 2 points first off in the advantages. I cannot imagine that they're terribly onerous. I suppose if someone that is just taking their seat for the first time wishes to contest for this, there might be a pretty significant challenge on onboarding. I can't imagine that the election is substantively different. I expect that it is the process to begin an election or even an acclamation, which follows generally the same process, but for the ballots being completed. I guess the first step, probably, Ms. Dombrowski, is to pull it off the shelf and make sure all of the dust is cleared off of that particular binder, and then just do what it tells you to do. But it's the third point that really jumps out at me. It allows for longer-term goals to be accomplished. So we have a strategic plan at the County of Renfrew. What I would submit to you is that, are they necessarily in alignment? I don't know what the goals are. I know that heretofore, Mr. Warden, Councillor Emo, has now submitted a document attesting to perhaps what his vision and his goals are. But if we are going, if this body is to entertain that the person in the front, outside of all of the obligations that are placed upon them by dint of the Municipal Act, then I would say that we have to have some kind of mechanism to do a performance appraisal. Like, here's the itemized list of what my goals are. So what have you accomplished? If there's going to be long-term goals, I want to know specifically what they are. I don't want to know generalities, because that's a substantive thing that we're doing. And for that reason, I think that it behooves us to have these every year. I believe that the primacy of transparency and accountability is predicated on precisely that. And I did not mean it in any way tongue-in-cheek, that the best way to achieve 2 or more terms, one will not be limited by this, even in this event, one will only face competition potentially every 2 years, but one, theoretically could be warden for 10 years. But so too could you under the current guise. There is nothing that inhibits any warden from being returned to office, and it is a very simple bar to reach, and that is do a good job that is demonstrably good, that is obviously good, that will prevail upon only 16 other people in this room, that you are doing precisely that and you are leading this municipal corporation forward. I don't see that as being a high bar, and that is also why I asked the question of how many were contested, because generally speaking, I think the fact that only 3 have been contested in 2022, in 22 years, is that even the membership has suggested that we have substantive confidence in what you are doing, that none of us are even prepared to step forward because we believe that we can do a better job. So ultimately, from the absolute accountability and transparency, I am not in favor of extending this beyond the 1-year term, but more than happy to consider having a warden for more than 1 term. Final question, if I might. In 2016, when we reviewed this, I think it was by dint of a notice of motion, was there any input from any council, through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Kelly? Was this entirely at the discretion of staff to suggest this or make this recommendation?
Through you, Warden, no member of council asked for it to be 2 years. This was an opportunity to review the procedural bylaw, and staff felt if the time was to review a different term, this would be the time to review it because we're mid-year or mid-term of this council. That's why it was put forward.
And sorry,
there was no other influence to.
So if I could pursue that, so there was no request of any member of council to include this in the revision of the procedural.
Well, not a direct request, but I did bring it up. I can't give you the exact date, but I did bring it up in chambers, whether in finance and admin or whether in chambers. I'm going to suggest it was about 4 months ago. It was before the summer break, but that's all I can recall. Blanchard Valley?
And Mr. Warden, if I may, much like the pay increase for the warden, it was done when that warden knew they were outgoing, and at that time you knew that you were not running for the 2017 year, and that's why it was brought up at that time to sort of make your role in any discussion not pecuniary.
Sorry, am I to perceive, Mr. Warden, that you might have a pecuniary in this instance?
No.
Well, I've always felt awkward doing it, so I've tried to, anytime there's been conversations about the term of warden or remuneration, I've tried to make sure I'm not in the chair. So I brought it up a few times, but always when I've been a sitting member.
Sorry.
So that's what started the 2016 review.
The word I should have used, or the words I should have used, is self-serving.
The member from Amherst Bromley finds that hard to swallow, but he will.
I've choked down worse.
about me being self-serving. Thank you. So if do we have any further discussion on this? All those in favor? Oh, we were voting on, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so the motion is that
Sorry.
we move to a 2-year term, in short, was the...
Could I ask for a recorded vote on this?
And so we would like a recorded vote. So just to be clear, we should read the motion again, so if we could have the motion, please.
I think that's you, Ms. Van Starkenburg.
Sorry,
Give me a second here.
I can go ahead. Be it resolved that County Council approve the term of warden be revised to be a 2-year term rather than a 1-year term, effective 2027, in the election year of 2027.
Thank you. And so there's been a request for a recorded vote. And Madam Clerk, please.
Councillor McKenzie?
Happy to vote first, but isn't it the mover of the amendment?
The person that requested the recording vote for its
Oh,
vote.
okay, right. So I'm, sorry. The motion, sorry, the motion is to move towards a 2-year term, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I'm not in favor.
Councillor Proctor?
In favor.
Councillor Doncaster?
In favor.
Councillor Donahue?
Opposed?
Councillor Giardini?
Opposed.
Councillor Grills?
In favor.
Councillor Yan?
In favor?
I'll just repeat that, in favor.
Correct.
Councillor Lynch?
Opposed?
Councillor Mayville?
In favor?
Councillor Murphy?
Oh, I'm so conflicted. In favor.
Councillor Nicholson?
Opposed.
Councillor Service?
Opposed.
Councillor Watt?
Opposed?
Councillor Weir?
Opposed.
Councillor Wilmer?
In favor?
Warden Nemo?
In favor.
The motion has failed at 8. That's a tie vote, 8 to 8, 175 to 136. Counted vote, yeah. 75 to 136.
Okay, thank you, Council. And then the third motion, please, is the procedural bylaw piece. Please, Mr. Bromley.
Thank you, and it was part of the amendment. It just took me moments to go back to it. So the final resolution was, be it resolved that County Council adopts the updated procedural bylaw effective January 1st, 2025, and be it further resolved that bylaw 2010-85 be thereby repealed. I will allow now, based on, no, I guess since the term of the warden was defeated, that is, we are back to essentially the procedural that was circulated, correct? Because there was a discussion that we were going to affect the change of the date, but I think that it has become moot, correct?
Sorry, Warden. To you, Councillor. No, so we'll have to go back and look at that again. There will be amendments. I would suggest to you it's likely to see as amended.
Yes, it would have to say as amended because it was presented as if there would be a 2-year term in the election of the warden.
That's right.
So I will, let me, if you wish, perhaps I can reread that.
Yes, thank
Be
you.
it resolved that County Council adopts the revised updated procedural bylaw. Can we even adopt it with some substantial change needing to be made?
Not really. I mean, there's going to be several amendments, right? And usually on something, if they're substantial, they're going to have to be voted on. This one was voted on, so it's not included in there anyways, right? So.
Yeah, we actually haven't discussed, I suppose, as amended and see where it goes.
As amended, because there will be other amendments.
Lunch smells good.
Can it go to county?
Well, I was just about to ask, can we, at the end of today, maybe it ends up, with the amendments, it ends up being a draft, and we bring it back?
So this last one deals with the actual procedural bylaw. So is that the county council receives an updated procedural. This county council will update. You need to get to Wednesday, for instance, or another meeting of council where we review the updated terms and adopt them at that time. So this meeting shall receive an update, and I'm going to suggest that you're also going to have other amendments to be considered today, and likely consider them one by one, either by amendment or friendly amendment. And those amended then get presented to county council in the fullness of it. So
the chair is open to assistance. Bouncer Valley?
So if we get to the end of this portion of today, because let's not forget, we have a whole other portion, with amendments brought forward and voted on, could that draft go out, tomorrow for Wednesday to be voted on, or is that too much too soon?
It depends on the amendments.
Well, I think it might be.
I think we can try our best. That's the hope. Well, again, in the entirety of everything, really removing sections or changing and editing isn't too onerous. But if we're scrapping massive changes and messing with the format of watching the flow of the flow chart, then I don't perceive that that's what's going to happen right now. But I can't commit until the end of the amendments are made.
So if I may, Mr. Warden, if it is heavy amendments, would it be able to go forward to Finance and Admin for recommendation to County Council at the end of November?
Well, I think that's the path.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of where I was going, where I suggested to be a draft and then move it along after today. But we'll see what we get to at the end of the discussion, and whoever, if somebody puts a better motion on the table, then we'd have to consider it. Mr. Bromley?
Thank you, Mr. Warden. To proceed with deliberation on the procedural bylaw into itself, though, does that require a resolution to be on the floor? I think that there is a challenge that does befall us, and a significantly steep challenge. And I think that the process that you've described, or the timeline, the calendar that you've described, is probably going to be accurate. But it does seem to me that once we've now said, okay, so it's not going to be adopted in the form that it has been presented to council, do we want to plow through the procedural then on a point by point, because we're going to be here for a while?
Well, I'd be more inclined not point by point. I think everybody's taken a look at it, and that has allowed them to offer opinions once we open up the debate. And then again, I think if we leave here with the understanding and we get a draft circulated that's going to go to finance, then people can then, so we'll instruct people or request that we'll respect members of council to forward any issues they've noticed after sober reflection to the finance committee, and then the finance committee would then bring back the document to council at the end of November.
Okay, and I apologize, I'm just trying to understand process, because I had, after finance administration, as Mr. Kelly had noted, submitted to him quite a number of suggestions, a lot of which I think were clerical, and mostly my bugaboo has always been the presiding officer, and I'm glad to have smothered that. The The challenge, though, is that some of what I had suggested as revisions to Mr. Kelly, legitimately Mr. Kelly said, well, I think it's appropriate that that still goes forward for council's consideration. I don't disagree with that, but then it does say that now, perhaps not on a point-by-point basis, but there are substantial items within this that I do feel strongly about that I'm going to want to debate unto themselves. It may not be a point-by-point basis. That would be overstating. It would be substantially exaggerating. And Mr. Kelly, I think, understands what I am suggesting, that, in fact, I think in his email in response, it was, I think that these are still open for debate, so debate should ensue. So I'm just trying to capture how that's going to happen.
And Mr. Kelly?
Further, the easiest way, I believe, to get somewhere is that direction to staff to bring forward the procedure bylaw as amended, or with these following amendments. However we phrase that piece of it, to Finance and Administration Committee, who now will debate it and then bring it back to County Council. So now again, we've got 2 more chances at this. However you wish to dispose of that, or direct staff to bring it forward either to one committee or to full council, that I would suggest would be the direction forward, because we need to deal with the amendments.
Member from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you. I'm just going to bring up 2 points in the sections. Just like one of them is 6.9, food and chambers, it's not permitted. I'm being somebody that's diabetic, and sometimes I do have to have snacks in here. I would like to see this reworded just to indicate members of the public who are free to leave chambers.
Okay, so we,
Sorry, Councillor, I just asked the warden to interrupt, if you don't mind. That is not the latest version you're reviewing. That version's, I believe, 6 point, in the one that was circulated, at least it wasn't the version that I deleted. That was removed. That was 6 point, yeah, no, food and chambers was removed,
Okay.
council member.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
And
So 6.9 in ours says public participation in meetings.
okay. Then perhaps my next one, 6.12, is that meeting conduct, unless that's got changed.
It's now 6.10.
It's 6.10 is meeting conduct.
6.10. Just the wording in there, it may be changed, I missed it. It says display of signs or place cards. It should be placards, not place cards, I believe. And the other, just related to that, there's just been recent case law ruled in municipalities in Ontario that cannot restrict people from bringing signs and placards into meetings. However, the rewording is that if they do bring them in, that they cannot be used to disturb, disrupt, distract, or used in a dangerous manner. I just wanted to bring that new case law forward to you to just know that it's been challenged and people are allowed to bring these things, signs and placards in, however, they cannot use them to disrupt in any manner. So I just wanted to bring that just for your knowledge.
Through you, Warden, I believe, okay, the last few words of item F, 610F, or any behavior, which may be considered disruptive, and I think those words encapsulate the rest of that sentence.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Warden. It was just that recently went to actually the Supreme Court, 2 cases in Ontario where people were told they weren't allowed to bring them in at the beginning of the meetings, and that's where they had their argument. And they hadn't used them as disruptive or anything at that point, but they were told they couldn't bring them in, and that's where the case law came out of. It's just for our information.
Thank you, Warden. Interesting point. We've also used them as possible items that may be used as weapons as well when you've got the placards or otherwise, that we were worried about that. That's come up in previous discussions that we'd rather not have things. But understood your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Boncher Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. And further to my colleagues' comments, the chair always has the discretion to eject people from the meeting. So I would say that if it's not written in our procedural in that section, it should certainly be known to any group that brings in signs or placards that, disruption will not be allowed. But yes, we We talked about this at our legal seminar last week, and unfortunately, our powers are limited. Thank you.
Thank you. And I saw the member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. Question just with respect to the roles and responsibilities of the chairs of each one of the standing committees within the committee of the whole. I just was thinking about opportunities where a complex issue may get presented at the committee level, like a MESA or RCV TAC. Right now, the chair of that standing committee doesn't have the authority to create a separate ad hoc committee or task force or smaller group of council to do some further discussion on the item and come back to us. Right now, the authority could only be that the authority to create a committee would have to go to council another 2 weeks later to then be. So I'm just wondering if it's worth the consideration to enable the chairs of those standing committees to create some kind of ad hoc committee to address a complex issue that may be brought up as part of that presentation in the committee of the whole. Just, we'd have 17 people there anyway. Deferring the decision another 2 weeks, I don't see any additional value in that.
So I would suggest you would still end up being 2 weeks down the road because you'd have to have a terms of reference approved by council. So if if there was a mover in that section to the chair, that an ad hoc committee be created and struck with 5 members of council to serve as an ad hoc committee and terms of reference be written, I think that would be the way it would proceed. And if the terms of reference could be completed 2 weeks down by the 2 week mark, then it would come back to council for a vote. Is how I would see it going. Mr. Clerk, is that close?
I'm just a CAO now. But that's okay. That's okay. I'm sorry. But that's fine. Yeah, just a CAO. So what it does, Councilor Nicholson, is essentially people on committees get paid, right? There's a per diem if you're on a different committee. So it comes down to being appointed by striking committee to enable you to get paid. So if you wanted to pull 2 or 3 members aside out of the goodness of your hearts, have a conversation and not make the decision to advance the business of council if you don't have quorum, feel free to have that kind of a chair and a few folks to have an opinion or a conversation. But actually have a real committee invokes the next pieces of getting paid to attend a committee meeting and travel and all those added expenses to that. So that's why there's a striking committee, because then the bylaw's invoked and Mr. Burke is happy.
Member from Whitewater.
Thank you. And I understand the tail wagging the dog analogy there. I just want to make sure that if we have the opportunity to empower those chairs to, take business and do business rather than them being constrained, I completely understand. I'm not going to die on my sword to make this change. I just put the question forward so that would have some discussion.
Thank you. So with that, are there other items for the procedural bylaw? Oh, did we? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we. So, could you read the motion again for this, and then we'll get a mover and seconder? I thought we had. I'm sorry.
The suggested motion, Warden, and just assist you a little bit. The suggested motion, I think Councillor Donahue was asking one of the points, because his original motion now would not necessarily be applicable, because we have already made at least one significant amendment to what's been presented to you, and that is the term of warden, and there'll be other significant amendments being proposed. So I'm suggesting that a draft recommendation, a resolution would be that County Council directs staff to revise the procedural bylaw with the following amendments, and we will go through those amendments as we will today, and present the updated procedure bylaw to the Finance and Administration Committee.
Okay, thank you. So can I have a mover, please? Okay, member from Petawawa, thank you, and member from Whitewater. And now we'll have discussion on the procedural bylaw. And so with that, member Ambassador Bromley.
I wanted to find out, perhaps, Mr. Chair, if council would prefer to have lunch before we engage on probably the 90 minutes worth of suggestions that I have.
All right, that's a very good suggestion. So with that, we will break until 12:45. Thank you. And council, as you recall, and for our public, we left just as we're about to initiate more conversation on the revamped procedural bylaw. So I'll ask for more comments. Mr. Kelly dropped his wallet. Nobody can X-ray it, it's metal. So with that, I think the member from Amherst Bromley had some comments. So Amherst Bromley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Just starting off, and I had a brief discussion at the recess with Councillor Nicholson, and I believe it is still contained in the draft that was even presented that Council has that we're now entertaining discussion. And I'll draw Council's attention to pages 52 and 53. So the regular Council agenda begins right at the bottom of page 52, and Council will note section J of 10.2 of the Council agenda. You will note section J cites delegations and presentations. Then if you scroll to section 10.3, Committee of the Whole agenda, you will see that item E cites only presentations. From that, whether intentionally or not, it is clearly intended, or it is clearly signaling that delegations are not heard at Committee of the Whole since they are not cited. So that if the intent was that delegations or presentations would be entertained at Committee of the Whole, et cetera, then that definitely needs to be changed. There were a couple of others. It is a challenging format to try and be bringing these forward. But I will note, and I'm dealing with two different versions, I do question that. One of the most significant issues, I think, that I had provided comment to Mr. Kelly and Ms. Dombrowski was with respect to several items that I viewed as more appropriately contained in a code of conduct than the procedural bylaw. The one that is springing right to mind, there is, and I'm just looking at the table of contents here, so I believe it's probably still germane. I think it's 7.10, question integrity of employees. So I think that is absolutely appropriate in laying out the expectation of council, but I think it is a code of conduct because it's not something that we should only not be doing at council, nor is it part of our procedure to be identifying that both members and staff should be afforded due respect to be able to move issues forward. I know that there were several others as well. I have been furiously scrolling back and forth to try and find them. I think that a lot of them were contained in one section. There was about 3 or 4 in a row. And I absolutely endorse that these are reasonable and responsible and required, but they should in fact be contained in a code of conduct. I think council probably is very much aware of a much heightened concern amongst municipal staff right across the province. At either Roma or AMO, I think Roma, there was actually at the multi-ministerial forum, there was a question, presumably it was brought forward by a staff member, though perhaps on behalf of a staff member, that wanted to beef up what the Municipal Act cited. And upon finishing the comment, I think it might have been one of the few times that there was substantially extended applause and standing ovation for the question. So I think that it is reasonable that staff, at the very least, are perceiving there to be breaches of an appropriate staff-council relation. But again, I believe that is part of a code of conduct and not part of how we conduct business here. If we begin to get into our procedural as that which prescribes or proscribes our civility and appropriate language, that I'm not sure we will ever come to conclusion on that. So, as I had said, I don't know where the others, certainly Mr. Kelly and Ms. Dombrowski in the comments that I returned to them will be aware of where they were. And those, I think, largely was what Mr. Kelly's response to me that was appropriate, that in his estimation, these should continue forward for council's consideration and debate, that this was something that was above simply having a member suggest that this revision should be made. So those, there were several items for that, and perhaps if Mr. Kelly could enumerate what those are.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Sorry, I'm just dealing with a director who has to leave. Thank you, council member, for the question, and through you, Warden. We did receive those comments, and we appreciate them. We have made modifications to, if you look at your revised version that was sent out with the package, item 6.10, meeting conduct. They are now items G and H and B. I don't think there's an I, G and H. I will note that these are not matters of a matter of conduct on behalf of members of council. This is no person shall. So they've been absorbed or removed from the version that was circulated to FNA and put into here. So item G, for example, no person shall put into question the municipal employee's personal or professional integrity. So if we have a member, perhaps attending, a member of the public attending, that starts berating staff or otherwise, then that is now included in 6.10. This speaks to no person, not particular to members of council, but to anybody attending a council or committee meeting.
A member?
Perhaps, so I quite a number of versions of this, but the one that I am looking at, I do have titled in my files as the agenda for today's special county council meeting, and I am seeing in 6.1 through 6.4, no member shall, no member shall, no member shall, and members shall refrain from, and I'm not seeing it as person.
Through you, Chair, I'm dealing precisely with the question. Okay, so yes, you are correct. 6.1, 6.4 are items that are dealing with members. Again, should you wish to sever these off or make a decision, a lot of these have been around other procedure bylaws from other municipalities, and some of them, I think, have made their way into ours over the years. Personally, I feel that there's no harm in addressing conduct in here, and just in terms of overall conduct, but I understand your point. The individual points that you talked about in terms of personal or professional integrity, the original question you put, are now into 6.10, meeting conduct.
So, just on a housekeeping, so thank Ms. Van Starkenburg did come by, and on the document, the paper document that is on my desk, that does reflect the changes. When was that sent?
The revised version was sent along with your agenda packages on Thursday or Friday. That the package that we're reviewing today is the revision to the package.
Okay, because I downloaded as a PDF the version from Diligent, and it seems inconsistent with this paper document. So at some point, I was fairly quick in downloading it, but that's what I have titled here, the Special County Council October 28th, 2024 agenda. In any event, I'll now have to peruse that to try and catch up.
Is that Chair, or Warden, is that a point of clarity? If no one has the right version, then this seems the conversation might be moot for this afternoon.
Okay, yeah, just, I guess that's a fair question. Does everybody think they have especially if you go to 6.10, if you have the meeting conduct, that would indicate it's the version that everybody's working from. KHR, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have that document on my screen. It says 6.10, meeting conduct, and right below it, it says no person shall, and then it lists A to H.
Okay. So is everybody else working from that? Okay. Online? Okay. Okay, so with that, a member from Deep River, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. What I was just going to mention the fact that, yes, we have a code of conduct and there's lots of things that can be in there. I think the significant parts about in this document is the things that you would identify as typically code of conduct type statements. These are relating to mostly the flow of a meeting and the conduct of a meeting and that type of thing, and not specifically to an individual's conduct. So.
Thank you. Amneston?
Yeah, sorry, just to clarify, in fact, yes, I have 6.1, but I'm speaking to 6.10. I am speaking to 6.1 through 6.4.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
Wherein it is exclusively members, not persons.
Okay, thank you. And are you suggesting what?
Those were the items that I was recommending be removed to the code of conduct and not contained in a procedure bylaw.
Okay, is that is that a motion to?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's how we're doing this, yes.
And a seconder? Seconder is the member from Greater Madawaska. And with that, we'll have discussion. Monsieur Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. Knowing the amount of code of conducts that even just one integrity commissioner is dealing with, I don't think this is a bad thing to have in our procedural, just as a reminder of, treating people with dignity and grace. I disagree. I think it's an important thing to have in as many documents as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll pose the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, my apologies. So the question is to remove this and place it solely in the code of conduct was the motion, I believe. And so,
Warden, to remove them from the procedural, and so removing 6.1, 2, 3, and 4.
yes, I should have been clear. Yes, I apologize.
And moving them only to our code.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So we'll do that again. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Oh, sorry, I see everybody here. I'm just looking on the screen. Okay, so the motion is defeated. They remain in the procedural. And next, please. Member from Amherst and Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I'm frantically scrolling. I need to be doing more workout with my fingers, lifting weights or something, perhaps. And not entirely sure where it was contained. Maybe it was only contained in the PowerPoint presentation, but I am opposed to the consolidation of the two committees, the two current standing committees, into a single joint services committee. That is to say that Health Committee and Community Services Committee be retained, even in what has now been established at Council's direction as Committee of the Whole. I don't know where that is, if it's contained within the procedural or...
It's not really, and I'm pausing that a little bit. Page 58 is the joint, or 85 of your package, I'm sorry, or page 58 of the procedure bylaw itself, is the terms of reference for the Joint Services Committee, right? So that's where it's contained, and they're all listed in that. So if you were to have, and then the PowerPoint, of course, suggests 5 versus 4, or 4 versus 5, however you look at it. Should you wish 5, and then that would just be a motion that we ensure that there is a Joint Services Committee of Health and a Joint Services Committee of Community Services.
Okay, so I would amend then, that would be my motion, to continue to endure with 5 committees, that is keeping distinct the Health Committee and the Community Services Committee.
Seconder is Boncher Valley. Discussion. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, it's carried. Thank you, Council. Mr. Brown, oh, sorry, Deep River?
Well, I might have jumped the gun there, but I'll just, so any reference to anything that would pertain to the 2-year term of the warden, that will be, staff will go through and it will take that stuff out. The different meetings at the different years, that type of thing. It's something, this isn't new. I think it's there before, but Section 20, voting. So 20.3 talks about failure to vote is a negative vote. But then when we go down to 20.7, and I don't believe this is new, it's just I'm not sure if I'm reading this. So it starts off by saying when a recorded vote is requested, all members must vote. And then, but then farther down, when a vote is taken and no dissented, no, that's not it. Failure to vote by a member at the time of the vote who is not disqualified to vote shall be deemed as negative. But at the beginning of this section, it says every member must vote. So I don't know which way that needs to be clarified.
Could I intone, Mr. Warden?
Okay, certainly, member.
As I was reading those, I did not find them inconsistent, though perhaps the wording could be clarified. Ultimately, as I'm reading them, the intent there is that there is not an abstention available to any member. So the term must maybe is putting a cloud on it, when essentially what it is saying is there is no sitting out a vote. A failure to exercise a vote will be deemed a negative. Perhaps the language could be adjusted, maybe to provide more clarity. That is certainly how I perceived it in reading it.
The member's correct. Hold on a second, we just had a pen malfunction. We're okay.
These long sleeves catch everything. I'm surprised that I didn't rip all the papers off.
I'm worried about the two of you.
Yeah, thank you. And so, member for Deep River, is that comfortable with maybe we'll do some wordsmithing on it before it comes back?
Sorry, yeah, I think that's all it needs. Like, I understand how it works, but I'm not sure that everybody would understand how that works.
Okay, thank you. And member from Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you. Through you, Warden. Just to clarify that same point, failure to vote by a member at the time of the vote who is not disqualified to vote shall be deemed as a negative. How does that relate to somebody who is not present to vote?
If to the member, if you're not present, you are disqualified from the vote. There is no vote by proxy in essence,
okay.
Right?
Okay, thank you.
It disqualifies you from voting.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Mr. Bromley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And I'm uncertain where this is because I did express this to Ms. Dombrowski and Mr. Kelly as well. I'm not in favor of establishing an office of an acting warden. We have not had one before. I do know that there was a requirement, and it escapes me now as why we did. There was a warden pro tem. But ultimately, if the warden, like the warden it is not unreasonable to expect that the warden will not be present from time to time to preside at a meeting. Ultimately, almost everybody in this room has presided at a meeting, and the policy, the process, the procedure has been that a member is appointed from the council to preside. If, in fact, there is going to be an extended absence of the warden, well, we elect the warden by vote. How long is the warden absent before we vote to have another warden? This is a brand new position that's been established, and in my own kind of terminology, the warden is first amongst equals and all other are equals. So if in fact the warden is going to be absent for an extended period of time, I think it would behoove us to actually have an election in their stead. The other thing to keep in mind is, so we do know that this year there is going to be should both parties continue to the election day, the inaugural meeting, we are going to have an election this year. We all know that within our own municipalities, should any member step down, or if the head of council steps down, the Municipal Act already provides that there are an opportunity, whether you appoint the person that had the unsuccessful contender for the seat. So, it'd certainly be not unreasonable to suggest if, in fact, we do continue to an election this year, so Councillor Weir and Councillor Warden are vying for the seat. Whoever wins just is not practical to suggest that the person that had failed in that venture would be considered as the acting warden. And don't get me wrong, I'm not in support of any acting warden, frankly, at all. And this is establishing a new position that has not heretofore existed at the County of Renfrew. So I'm recommending, or I'm moving that the establishment of an acting warden be removed.
Okay, thank you. I'll let Mr. Kelly respond first.
Yeah, understanding you have a motion on the table. I'll clarify your statement, Councillor Donahue, if I may, with all due respect. Page 17.3 of the current bylaw 8510 has the appointment of acting warden already. So we actually have that in your current bylaw that we're currently operating on. And if I could take a snippet, the position of acting warden will be filled by the most recent past warden who is a current member of council. There's quite a long paragraph in that as well, but so it's not a new position, is actually contained in our little blue book. So this either perpetuates that or modifies the wording. I just want to clarify that point if it was missed, and again, with all due respect.
Okay, thank you. So your motion still stands? Okay. Seconder? Okay, so the motion is to remove any reference to the acting warden, which is section 24.6 in our new one. And so, so we have a mover. Do we have a seconder? Okay, calling again. Do we have a seconder? Then I know there's a time lag. Okay, seconded by McNabb Brayside. Thank you. All right, discussion. Okay, I'm just watching the time lag up there. Okay, with that, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of removing the acting warden from this current iteration of the bylaw, vote in favor. Those who are opposed to it, vote nay. All right, and sorry, Mr. Brownlee, I was in favor. Okay, so all those in favor? Opposed? It's carried, thank you. Or it's not carried, thank you. I'm sorry, did I miss something, Deep River? No, okay. Okay, and member from Deep River.
Yeah, I know this is kind of random, but I'm trying to pick up some of the stuff that I was looking at over the weekend. So the weighted voting systems, Schedule F, and it may call into question something else, but Schedule F identifies the number based on population. I don't know every municipality's population, but I certainly do know Deep River's. And Schedule F would say between 4,000 and 4,500 that the town of Deep River, in this case, would have 9 votes, and then on the following page, it shows as Deep River has 8 votes. So, and I can't validate all the other numbers either. So,
yeah. So through you, Warden, it's a great question, one we've oft debated. The wording here is based on the original bylaws. It's the number of electors. So your population doesn't have a lot to do with it. It's the amount of electors in your community. So if you have a similar, well, if I look even at that chart, Amundsen Bromley has 1 more vote than you because perhaps everybody in Amundsen Bromley has people over the age of 18, and Deep River has a number of people below the age of 18 or below the voting age at the last census when this was last done. And that's typically what we get from the impact data after every election. So it's a strange thing, but this is definitely verified by the municipal electors from the impact data.
And just not to pick on the member from Greater Madawaska, how large is your population? It's 2,800, I think, isn't it? Something like that?
Population is, I believe we're just around the 2,900 now.
Okay, and your electors are,
Our electors are well above that.
and that's because of the timeshare.
Timeshare and also the amount of cottages and that's everything
Yeah,
around.
so that's, it's really a unique, that's a very unique situation. I think maybe Whitewater might be similar too because of the seasonal and the fractional ownership. But anyway, that's just a comment. Amiston Bromley, please.
Thank you, and you mostly identify, but the other thing is it doesn't have to be residents. The number of properties that have distinct roll numbers and have distinct owners, as soon as one is a property owner or a resident of our community, they have established a vote. So just based on geography, I would suggest that is probably explaining the vast majority of the distinction on this. The other thing to keep in mind, the municipal government and municipal elections are the exception both to federal and provincial in that a person can vote numerous times. They can only vote once in any municipality, but they can vote in numerous municipalities. And outside of that, I think perhaps students might be afforded in elections as residents, both where they live and where they go to school. So there is some attenuation specific to municipal elections and governance.
Thank you. And so moving on to other sections. Oh, I'm sorry. The member from McNabb side.
Thank you, Chair. So I just have one sort of detail that I'd like to bring up, and it's in 20.7. Sorry, I'm flipping around here with one screen. Hopefully I got the right number. It's how recorded, the process of taking a recorded vote. So, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So the question I had, I brought this up before. It just seems awkward to me that the same people vote first all the time on every time there's a recorded vote just because of where they happen to sit in the alphabet. It's possible, I don't know, I wasn't here before when they came up with that the clerk will call the member who requested the recorded vote to vote first. Mm-hmm. It's possible whenever they came up with that would sort of randomize who votes first, and then would randomize who votes second, third, fourth, and whatnot last. So I'm just wondering if, like, to propose an amendment just so that the order is randomized of the actual recorded vote, that the balance of council will vote in alphabetical order. I'm not sure exact words, but following the alphabetical order of the member who requested the recorded vote. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yes, I think, yes, but
So
what's your value?
if I may, so instead of Councillor McKenzie going first and then going back to the beginning, starting with, well, James, but in this case, Dana, so then it would go Mayville, Murphy, Nicholson. But if Michael brought up the recorded vote, then the next one would be who comes after you? Peter,
Yeah.
and then you.
Councillor Giardini.
I get, okay.
Right, that's what I'm
Okay, that's
proposing.
interesting.
Yeah, there's really, sorry, Warden, there's really nothing in law that states, I don't believe, Clerk Gwen, there's nothing in law. It could be randomized by the clerk's discretion. There's a whole bunch of different ways of doing it. Yeah, that creates a lot of fun. Yeah, then all of a sudden we'll choose the people that we think. No, we're just trying to get out of that, and that's what we've seen with a lot of municipal and upper tier bylaws. It's randomized by the clerk, and we don't want to be in that position. We'd rather it be a really straightforward methodology, but we understand the comment that it starts with the mover and then starts from there as point zero or ground whatever, ground zero, and then moving forward from that point. It's fine if that's the decision of council.
Okay, so so we have a motion to change that process to go alphabetically off of the mover of a recorded vote. And so the member from McNabb-Brayside has moved it. Do we have a seconder? The member from Arnprior. And do we have discussion? McNabb-Brayside, please.
I'm just wondering if we've got the right words here, so might as well be clear about it. So the balance of council will vote in alphabetical order. I'm just looking for the right words. I just don't have them today.
We can assist. So that line I'm proposing will change to the clerk will call on the member who requested the recorded vote to vote first, and the balance of council will vote in alphabetical order, starting with the next
person in
alphabetical order, the next member in alphabetical order by the clerk.
Okay, thank you. And then Arnprior, I think I saw your hand up.
Thank you, Warden. Just when we do the recorded voting now, when Petawawa votes, things change. With the new way it goes, there could be a surprise at the end. Thank you.
I'm sorry, my poppy was stuck to the sole of my shoe. So I thought that was disrespectful. Okay, thank you, the councillor. Is there any other comments? And it's unfortunate Petawawa has so much wealth they can't spread around, but they will spread their vote around. Thank you. So any other comments? Seeing that, so do we recognize what we're voting for if you vote yes and if you vote no? So all those. No. Now, so all those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you, council. And then next, please, the member from Amundsen Bromley.
Yeah, there was one more. Thank you, Mr. Warden. And I think anything other than this were not substantial, but there was significant back and forth between Mr. Kelly and myself on item 17.2 or section 17. You'll find that on page 58 of today's agenda report vis-a-vis notice of motion. And certainly in my estimation, long-standing, all the time consistent with the procedural that we've had in effect right from the time I got here, that essentially a notice of motion is a privilege that is extended to all members. So there is no expectation of debating nor needing a seconder for a notice of motion. It is a privilege for each of us in this room that on a matter of business that would not otherwise come in front of council, as articulated here, that is the opportunity that is afforded to any of us to bring forward an issue. So where I still see issue in how this is being approached is particularly in the preamble, the last sentence, which states, the notice of motion shall not be considered or debated until the next regular council meeting, which the member who moved the motion is in attendance. So it has always been my understanding that a notice of motion is just simply extending notice that I intend at the next meeting to bring forward a written motion that in fact will be me as a mover. Ideally, I would have a seconder, but a seconder could be sought at the ensuing meeting. It is not appropriate in my estimation that a notice is going to be debated and voted upon The reason for the notice to begin with is that there is a month's time for the individual member, and the most recent, I believe, though it may have been supplanted, certainly Councillor Lynch brought forward in 2020, earlier 2024, I guess, a notice vis-a-vis participating in the community improvement plan in Arnprior. So how this would work, in my estimation, is he simply brings forward at the end of the meeting during that agenda item, it is my intent, I am providing council notice that I will be bringing forward a resolution seeking the county's participation in Arnprior's community improvement plan. That motion would then come forward at members' written motion at the following meeting, and that has been the underpinning of why there are two distinct items within our procedure. So at today's meeting, I give notice that I'm going to do this, that should not be subject to debate and approval of the rest of the committee. That should be a privilege of each of the members. Then at the subsequent meeting, that written motion is part of the package. It is incumbent upon any one of us to make sure to submit that to the clerk, that the agenda package for the ensuing council meeting does contain the specific wording of the motion that will be considered. So I think this, as it's written, is still missing that, like that we're going to debate and vote on a notice. The notice is just the notice. It is not the motion itself.
Please.
Thank you, Warren. Thank you for the question. The intent, and this is where we get stuck, right? So we can clarify this. The intent is that the matter that the notice of motion is addressing not be considered or debated until the mover of that, the intended mover of that notice of motion is there. So I think what the member is suggesting is maybe some further clarity, and maybe that further clarity could be for that sentence, is that the sentence could now read, the matter to be addressed by the notice of motion shall not be considered or debated until, et cetera, et cetera. And then that provides a clarity that we're not going to talk about, you provide a notion in your example, or a notice, we're not going to talk about something you don't want us talking about because you're not there. And I think that's the intent. Now, it clarifies the intent of this.
Absolutely. The specific wording that I would urge would be that the matter that the member has provided a notice of shall not be considered until the ensuing meeting, but it should continue to stipulate the process that the member must submit a written motion to the clerk, however many days before the distribution of the agenda package, just to streamline how that is done.
I believe that doesn't need a separate motion, Warden. I think that just clarifies the wording. I think that is a friendly amendment. I think that clarifies the wording.
Okay, I would accept that as a friendly amendment. Thank you. Member from Deep River.
Is there any specific requirement that it comes to the next regular council meeting? Like, does it have to come to the next regular council meeting? Because that's what it says.
Emerson Bromley.
So it can be superseded by the clause there by a 2/3 vote. Now it says 2/3 vote to consider the notice of motion, which again is inaptly worded. The 2/3 vote would be intended to override the procedural that should council wish to move forward on the matter itself, not the notice, but the matter itself, that there is the means by means of a supermajority. But the intent behind providing notice and providing that space is that council is afforded opportunity to do research or consider the question outside of the immediacy of the moment. I am always reluctant on anybody to be making policy, as I suggest, on the fly, and often that is what I consider that to be on the fly, is if there is not written into this that there be an opportunity afforded to all of the rest of the members to review that. Having said that, there is afforded to council the ability to override.
Sorry, Deep River, please.
Yeah, these things fly both directions. So if, I'm trying to think of the example. Why would you do that? Okay, I know. So at the next regular council meeting, I'm not going to be there, but I want to put a notice of motion forward for the meeting after that. But this says it comes up at the next regular council meeting. So could it not just say a future council meeting?
Yeah, the only, Warden, through you, and thank you for the question. The only issue is when it's leaving it open-ended to future doesn't allow the staff to be prepared for that answer for those questions or be prepared for any requests or any information that you may require at that time. I think if you were to suggest that if you have a notice of motion that on December 1st, I am bringing a motion forward, I think that would be appropriate, I think, in terms of a notice of motion. As you're setting a time for when the notice of motion is coming forward.
Does that need a wording change here, or is that, I don't know.
At the next regular council meeting, or unless otherwise indicated, perhaps, so that we could add that into it.
Thank you. Laurentian Hills, please.
Actually, in that specific case, it says it will go to the meeting which the member is present. So if you're not there, it's going to be the next meeting.
Okay, that may have been a bad example, but let me say the timing, I want it to come forward in December because it's, I don't know, it's because we're going to recognize Santa Claus or something, I don't know. But if it's, all I'm saying is this says it comes to the next meeting. There may be situations where it needs to come to the meeting after that, or the meeting, I don't know, whatever.
Mr. Bromley, please.
Yeah, so again, the expectation is that through FNA in November and ultimately to council in November, there's still going to be a draft. At this point, without there being a specific answer to this, because as I'm reading even the notice of motion, item 17.2B, it is also continuing to suggest that the notice itself must be seconded, et cetera. So I think that there is substantial wordsmithing that might be required. I think the intent is clear, and I think that it is not a large challenge to accommodate what Councillor Doncaster is suggesting, that it is a reasonable expectation that the councillor that has provided the notice should be present to provide the background and context and advocate on behalf of that motion. So on this one, rather than have any specific wording by resolution, I think it is recognized, Mr. Chair, that substantial wordsmithing is required here, and perhaps further discussion could be deferred on actually voting on this.
Sure. So it's an instruction to staff, if you may, to review section 17, 17.1, 17.2, A and B, and provide alternative wording for the Finance and Admin Committee, would be the instruction.
Your direction to staff, I'd be satisfied with that, and no motion is required for that then.
Okay, and not just a casual review of the room. Nobody looks astonished by that, so we'll move on. Okay. Is there any other sections of this which members would like to offer comment on? Okay, thank you. So I think the motion was that this would... Okay, thank you. Member from Deep River.
Yes, just a general comment around Committee of the Whole. We now have a practice where, not always, but sometimes we move committee meetings to some of the lower tier municipalities. Now with Committee of the Whole, we've got 17 members plus 12 staff members. It's going to be harder to move a Committee of the Whole meeting to a lower tier municipality location, just size-wise. So it's just a general comment. It's not going to change the outcome, but.
Good point. Thank you. Member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to just make sure I was trying to scan it to look for this reference, but the 3 readings that each item gets in this procedural bylaw, the first one is as part of the Committee of the Whole when it's initially presented. I'm assuming the second reading is when the Committee of the Whole report is accepted for that standing committee, and the third time would be then when council reviews and accepts that recommendation from the committee of the whole. I just want to make sure that those are the 3 readings on any one item.
Mr. Kelly.
Gosh, thanks. That is true. I think in here as well, I think that it suggests that all bylaws, it clarifies that all bylaws are assumed to be read 3 times. Yeah, it clarifies that in the procedural bylaw.
Member from Amherst Bromley.
Yeah, I think our I've never perceived actually any of those as readings because our confirmatory bylaw itself says now be deemed read 3 times. Through that long-standing procedural reading of 3 times, it is accommodated just in the confirmatory bylaw. I certainly have not deemed that there to have actually ever been 3 readings.
If I can suggest to Whitewater, it's page 78 or 51 of the bylaw, section 30.1A to F. And 19.2, which is page 32. Sorry, 32. Okay, he's happy. All right, thank you. Is there anybody else with a comment? Member from Boncher Valley.
As opposed to in olden times when they actually read the bylaws 3 times.
Yeah. Okay, so the resolution, Madam Clerk, please.
That County Council directs staff to revise the procedural bylaw with the following amendments and present the updated procedural bylaw to the Finance and Administration Committee in November. And the following were the ones that were outlined.
Thank you. And Member from Berber?
And on that version, can we do the track changes, bold strikeout, whatever you want to call it? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So can I get a mover? Mover, Boncher Valley, seconded by Head Clerk Mariah. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried.
The clerk's just going to address what because we have an original resolution still hanging, the original resolution that was prior to the amendment. So Gwen's is going to talk about what we're doing with that one.
Through you, Chair, I'm just going to ask you if we can lay on the table the original resolution that we started off with first thing this morning.
Okay, so we move her from member from Whitewater, and do we?
No.
Well, we move her. Okay, thank you. All right, so we'll just move along then. So with that, we'll move to Mr. Burke, I think is up next. Yeah. Yeah, it's a council meeting. Thank you. Flipping through my procedural here as fast as I can. Mr. Burke, you're up. Just ignore us. You just take the mic and start running.
Tina, do you have, oh, there it is. Thank you, Mr. Warden, and good afternoon, County Council. So very much switching gears to the second part of our meeting, which is the update for our 2025, we've called the Capital Advancement Plan or the Asset Management Plan and Long-Term Financial Plan update. So hoping to achieve just a couple things this afternoon in the time remaining to us. Just a reminder of what we approved in May, what is our long-term financial plan and capital asset management plan, what's changed since May, and then we have a couple of major service level changes to speak about on the table. And then we're going to try something new, which is pre-budget approval. So moving right along, what is our asset management plan? So we'll start with growth. In May, County Council approved sort of two measures to deal with the growth-related pressures on our infrastructure. You recall that our asset management plan has no provision for expansion. It is always like with like assets. So we had talked about how do we pay for the pressure from population growth or increased need for services, and we came up with this two-pronged approach. The first prong is our infrastructure expansion policy. So how do we get the list of projects we should do that will help our infrastructure expand with our population? And the second prong of that is how do we pay for it? And you'll note that at the same time, we determined that we would defer discussion on development charges. We took a step back from that method of planning and paying for our growth. Our infrastructure expansion policy is the mechanism by which we determine what we are going to expand and what will meet our population growth. So in this policy, the lower tiers or your local municipalities are provided with our capital asset management plan for the next 10 years every year and are free to suggest expansions on the basis of this timeline. So if they want a major change to an item in our asset management plan, aka 50% of the cost of that project is going to go up by 50% or more, we would like 3 years notice. Minor scope changes less than 50%, we need 1 year's notice, and then small local works is only just let us know the year of occurrence. So the asset management plan, that rather small columned item that went out with your attachment that I'm sure none of you could read when you printed it, will be circulated in a much more user-friendly version to your local staff, and that's where this policy will kick in. And then the other half of that, how do we pay for it, is our growth reserve. So beginning next year, all or a portion of, should you decide in your 2025 budget discussions, of your weighted CVA growth, that is the new builds, the supplemental taxes, the expansions that are eligible to be taxed in the 2025 year, all of the revenue from that will be contributed to a growth reserve. That's the starting point in our budget. And with that growth reserve, which is approximately $850,000 on average, though last year was much higher, that weighted CVA revenue, we will use that to fund all or most of those projects coming from the infrastructure expansion policy. So that's our starting point for growth for the next 2025 year, how we address that. Going back then to our core asset management plan. So
thank you, Mr. Bromley. I'm sorry, Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just if Mr. Burke would go back one slide, there is a parenthetical insertion in the first line. I'm wondering if you could speak to that.
So my goal, through you, Mr. Chair, my goal is to plan the starting point of the budget as all of the weighted CVA revenue will be contributed to the growth reserve. As part of the budget exercise, council may decide that that is too much money or not enough, or as you like, and that can be adjusted as part of the budget exercise. That's all that's to say.
Thank you. And member from Petawawa.
Just a question about should this be implemented on a major scope change. It says 3 years notice. Should there be a municipality within the next 3 calendar years, there is already a major project planned, and a scope change was hopefully to be implemented. Would something like that be able to be grandfathered in, or from this moment on, it's 3 years regardless of if you have a project arising in the next 3 years?
Mr. Burke and Mr. Kelly, I'll let you folks consider this for a second. I'm of the opinion it's an envelope style thing, so if you have a project that meets the envelope of one project that's current or 2 projects, then those move along. But I recognize that complicates things, so now that they've had time to think, they can correct me.
I would suggest that a policy is a policy, and anything outside of a policy has to come back for council's consideration and direction. So the staff would say, we've got to stick to policy, this is what it is. And if we're going to be not, if council, if your suggestion is to grandfather something, to use your terms, then that discussion would have to happen at council, and then staff gets directed to do so otherwise.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the plan as approved in May involved spending $404 million over 10 years. That was 2024 to 2033. And what we got for our $400 million was 100% compliance with all legislation. Our roads would slowly decline from the average PCI they are now of about 70 or 72 down to 60. You recall that 100 is perfect and 0 is no road at all. Our bridges would stay at their current BCI, Bridge Condition Index, of 68%. Again, that's 100 is perfect.
Sorry. I was coughing. Sort of.
Our buildings would stay, our admin buildings would remain at 6% FCI. 0 on FCI is perfect and 100% is terrible building. Our long-term care homes would stay at 4% FCI. Again, 100% compliance with all legislation, and long-term care homes have legislated standards as well. Our public works garages would have 10% FCI. And of course, our social housing, we had a target of 10% FCI, but we were not getting there and had no practical way of getting there under the current plan. And our equipment and vehicles would all be rated fair. That's a proxy based on age of the equipment in question. We would fund this plan by debenturing all projects with a cost of more than $4 million as a rough rule, not a specific hard and fast rule. We would maintain federal and provincial funding at $6.8 million a year, and we would begin increasing our contribution to capital reserves by $3 million each and every year for the next 10 years. So rising from $19 million that it was in 2024, all the way up to $46 million in 2033. And then again, our plan was never to have this as a static, locked-in funding mechanism. The plan would react based on the circumstances we see. So if our opening reserves were better than we imagined, or our starting point is better, we can reduce our contributions. If our funding increases, we can reduce our contributions. If things get worse, inflation is higher than we predicted, or other items, we would have to increase our contributions. So it was a plan to follow sort of a formula to fund enough money to get the plan to work, as opposed to a locked-in, hard and fast, you shall do this.
Member from Amazon Bromley, please.
Thank you very much. Just if Mr. Worker could go back one slide. Yeah, on that page, and perhaps it is captured in one of the lines there, but what I've added on a note on mine is, conversely, where projects have been advanced from future capital program years, they should likely reduce future requirements as well. And there are two examples I would cite this year. One, and I don't know when the change would have been made, in the very initial 2014 asset management plan, the rehabilitation of Cobden Road was anticipated in two segments, one in 2024, which was going to be from Highway 60, Bulger Road to Bar Line. In 2025 was going to be from Bar Line ahead into essentially the railway track in Cobden. Those were both consolidated into 2024. I don't know when that was actually done, but initially those had been spread over 2 years. They were, in fact, all done within 1 year. So I'm thinking that probably purchased some value from future years. But even more perhaps specific to this year, there is still going to be a real, even considering carry forward, there is still anticipated to be a surplus coming out of operations, largely with the contracts having been awarded. But keep in mind that in addition to the surplus that's going to be posted, we also added a substantial advancement to Opeongo Road. Initially, Mr. Hanrath is in the room, initially that was from Wyland Shore Road, I think, to Constant Lake Road. But because of very favorable pricing, that was expanded so that in fact we went all the way to Highway 60, I believe. So that also has purchased from future years. I think 2027 is when the supplementary work on the Opiongo Road was initially assigned in our 10-year plan. But I'm assuming that those get incorporated into the mix, this stew that is arriving at, as we have come to understand it, is the target and the expectation of what we deliver unto our reserves. How we get there each year, the ingredients are going to be adjusted. But is that one of the ingredients that does get adjusted if we in fact are purchasing future years' capital investment into current years?
Mr. Burke.
Through you, Warden. Yes, that would be correct. So if we are, to use your example, we're doing more work for the same amount of money, those items would fall off the future of the capital plan. It's essentially just a savings inside of our plan. We're doing the same amount of work, possibly in different years, but for a substantial discount. Again, it's similar to our inflation comment that if inflation goes up or down, we can adjust our plan accordingly to try and match that.
Thank you. Mr. Burke, please.
So just a reminder then of the sort of the key points of the plan. So our weighted CVA growth revenue is being diverted to a new growth reserve as per our infrastructure expansion policy to fund new investments to help meet our growing infrastructure needs. Our average pavement condition index is slated to decline from its current 72 to about 60 over the long term. That was a money or a cost saving measure we implemented. Our facility condition index for the RCHC portfolio will remain below our target, or poorer than our target, I should say. So we have set a target of 10%, and we will not achieve that under this plan. We expect federal and provincial revenue of $6.8 million per year. We would debenture projects, I say as required, but primarily those over $4 million in total cost. And capital reserve contributions would increase by $3 million per year, which is about a 5% levy increase all on its own. So now we move forward into what's changed since May. So as this is a 10-year rolling plan, the 2024 year is now gone. We've completed that year, and we've added a 2034 year. But as you can see, it's actually relatively reassuringly stable. After the first and second year, our plan was relatively accurate, no major swings inside of it. And of course, in the first year, that 2025 year, the major adjustment is carry forward items. Work that is unfinished at the end of the year and being carried forward into the next year. There's also, I've just pulled out a few of the high swings. $800,000 new in RCHC for the 135 Francis project that was approved mid-year. In 2026, the major adjustment is the Algonquin Trail Bridge, one of them, 0.6 kilometers west of Crossing Road. And there's a renovation on Lee Street in Pembroke as well that appeared that wasn't on the plan the year before. All of the other adjustments from 2027 to 2033 are relatively small. There's numerous adjustments, but given the $400 million, these are all minor items. And then, of course, we've added the 2034 year with a full $44 million on it.
Mr. Bromley, please.
Thank you very much. So, through you, Mr. Warden, so back on page 126, previous one page, there is also a symmetry between this page and 116. 116 is the actual charting of the various numbers. So I'm going to speak back and forth to both of those. But when I'm looking at on page 126 now in the bar chart, so is this only adjusted by inflation?
Mr. Burke.
Through you, Warden. So this is the original, those blue numbers are the original numbers projected in in May, and they were the inflation-adjusted numbers, right? So the 2034 year, is adjusted for 2% per year growing. And what I have done is overlay the exact same figure from the 10-year plan today, as it was provided to me from your directors last week or the week before. So that's all it is comparing the two plans. They're all inflation-adjusted, but of course the directors have gone through their plans with a fine-tooth comb and said, okay, yes, we need this in this year or that in that year. So there is numerous ins and outs depending to adjust for what we're seeing as actual needs on the ground. So that's the process we go through. Every year, each director will go through their 10-year capital plan and adjust for new items, things that are deteriorating worse than expected or better than expected, and make all of those adjustments. And that's my comment, that it's relatively reassuring to see that there's not a major swing in there, there's not been a major change in our estimates in the last year.
Okay, as a follow-up, and perhaps this might, if you could go back to page 116, which is the actual charting of the 10-year long financial plan.
This item?
Nope, keep going.
I apologize. I don't have the page numbers on me.
Sorry, and maybe it's not in the PowerPoint presentation, but it's in everybody's council package, and it is on page 116. That you cannot see that is substantially disadvantageous to getting an answer to my question. But where I'm going with this is, so in this charting, and this is one that has been typical in our budgeting, it's usually appearing towards the end of budget workshop, and it cites the 10-year capital plan and then the inflation-adjusted numbers, the opening reserve, proceeds from debentures, et cetera. I'm sure you're familiar with the slide, if not the specifics of this year's. But on this one that I'm looking at on page 116, and I'm pulling out, so using a figure that we've had before. So 2033 is showing the 10-year capital plan as being $34,402,580. Where is that figure derived from? i.e., is that going all the way back to the 2014 capital plan?
No, so that would be through your chair, that would be a current year estimate. So as I said, all the directors have gone through their 10-year capital plans, and they are looking out 10 years to see what do they think they would need to replace in that year. And that is the number that they have provided. Functionally, it's a listing of our current assets, and then we project out what their replacement term is, and that's what would generate that number.
Okay, there is an imprecision, and we're not on the same page, unfortunately. The reason I'm saying that is because that figure cited for 2033 of $34,402,580, when it is inflation adjusted, it becomes $40,308,000, and that's a 17.1% increase by inflation. And I'm pretty sure that that's not accurate. So there has to be some factors in there. The 34 million cannot possibly have been what staff have estimated anytime recently that now needs to be adjusted upwards by 17% for 2033. I grant that it is an out there year, but as I was doing the math on all of these and seeing the substantial adjustment from the 10-year capital plan to the inflation-adjusted line, it began at 0% on 2025. It's not adjusted at all. And then it was 2%, then 4, then 6, then 8, then 10, then 12, et cetera, through to 2023, which is adjusting it upwards by 17.17%. I'm challenged at that.
It should, through your chair, it should be 2% per year, but compounded.
Okay.
So
okay.
2% compounding inflationary characteristic.
So, okay. So even though 2034 is only appearing for the first time, that's why it's also being adjusted.
Yes, that's correct.
And so the 10-year capital plan where we have identified the capital expenditures for 3034 is in 2024 dollars.
That is correct. So the directors are saying this is what we need to replace today, and this is at today's prices.
Okay, thank you.
And I am adjusting that for inflation.
Thank you. And Deep River, please.
Yeah, question on, in the presentation, I don't know what page it is. 9 of 37, refresher of the AMP long-term financial plan 3.0 takeaways. Just want to clarify the bottom statement. So it's previous slide to that one, I believe. Maybe not. Anyway, statement says, increase capital reserve contribution by $3 million per year, approximately 5% of the increase in 2024. That says we're going to increase the capital reserve contribution by $3 million per year. You mean by $3 million, not $3 million compounding on itself?
The second one. Yes. So 3 million 2025 will get us to 22 million per year, and then the next year it's got to go up to 25 million and on until it reaches the high end of 46.
If I might, it says increase the capital contributions by $3 million a year. That means this year would be 3, next year would be 6. No, this says increasing the reserve contribution by $3 million per year.
Yep.
$3 million each year.
Yes.
Not increasing it $3 million per year.
So in 2025, it would go up from 19 million to 22.
Yeah.
And then in 2026, it would go up from 22 to 25 and on until it reaches the top of, I think, 46 million per year at the end of the plan.
Okay, just want to clarify that.
Thank you. All right. Continue, Mr. Burke, please.
Okay. So moving on then from our planned spend of what we would do, what else has been updated? So on our funding side, we have confirmed our gas tax allocation, the Canada Community Building Fund, formerly gas tax allocation, through to 2028. And if we assume a similar number for all 10 years of the plan, our funding is actually $1.9 million higher over the 10 years. So we've incorporated that assumption going forward. The heavy hitter and the hard one is our OCIF allocation. We have struggled with this for 2 years now. We've been hit with the maximum decrease of 15%. And if we assume that the 2025 confirmed allocation is carried forward for all 10 years, so it doesn't decrease any further, we get where we got in 2025, then we will lose $7 million from our plan that has to be made up somewhere else, which I have included in this update. And then from our social housing perspective, we have OPI and COCHI funding. We use the confirmed numbers for the 2024-25 year and projected that out. Through the entire plan, it adds about $3 million to our social housing funding. And now where is our starting point? And so I've gone through our year-to-dates to try and estimate a starting point for our capital reserves. So you note that we start with our audited balance from our 2023 financial statements, and we know what we plan to withdraw in our 2024 budget, and then I'm adjusting for a number of operating items that I think will occur. For instance, I believe the Finance and Administration Department will come in $150,000 under budget. That's the savings that can be contributed to our capital reserve. And on it goes. The big ones in there are, of course, Public Works maintenance under budget for a good winter, and the 2 homes, substantially under budget for both the spending side and the funding side. So I estimate an operating surplus of approximately $3.7 million. In terms of other items to be adjusted, then we have our capital work that's not finished at the end of the year. They're being carried forward into next year, so we won't withdraw the amounts from reserves this year. We'll put them back in, or they'll remain in our capital reserves available for next year. I estimate that's about $2.8 million. And then we have actual capital variances where our capital projects are either higher or lower than the budgeted amount. I estimate that's about $100,000. Public Works is on the positive side, D&P on the negative side, slightly over budget from what we had planned originally. The Algonquin Trail, which is a difficult one to estimate because of its sort of odd funding arrangement, but I expect that of the planned reserve withdrawal of $2.2 million, we will only need $830,000 of that. So that leaves us 1.3 of unspent. And then it has this funny first charge resolution that pulls that 8.3 back, or $830,000 back out. And if we get through all that, all of that, I estimate our starting point for capital reserves for the 2025 year is at $33 million. And we add our capital contribution plan for the 2025 year of $22 million, which is again $3 million higher than the 2024 contribution. And we can just fund all of our projects, the low year being 2031, and then after that, our reserve balances begin to climb again. In terms of debt, just had to tweak a couple items to add a little bit more debt into the plan based on the projects that were going on. But again, we're well below our repayment limits and still within that low risk category for debt servicing ratios as provided by the ministry. So for key takeaways from our update from May, there's been numerous items that have changed, but the core of the plan remains sound and more or less the same. We plan to do $55 million in capital work in 2025. We have a $5.5 million debenture to take out for Brooms Creek, and we need $22 million in capital contributions, which is a 5% increase on our levy all by itself. And maybe there I'll stop for questions on the updated asset management plan.
Okay, thank you. Not so much a question, but for me, the last chart that showed our debt servicing as a percentage of total revenue, that's something I've always wanted, was a ceiling, if you will, or a just an indicator where we are. So I really like the fact that our green line is below the low risk of the FIR. So I'm happy to see that. That gives me more, because we've always asked what's the top of the basement. How far can we dip with reserves, and how far can we borrow? So this is good. Thank you. Member from Kilheggy Richards.
Thank you, Chair. The last point that you made, the $22 million in levy contributions. So a 5% levy increase by itself. So it's that increase. Is it the $3 million that's given us the 5?
Yeah.
Just the $3 million.
Through you, Chair, that is correct. Yeah. Before we start on anything else.
Thank you.
So that's our update. All those items will come forward into your 2025 budget. Now we have a couple of service level enhancements to talk about. One of them, the first one, the Pembroke Paramedic Base, is one that's been around for a while, since before my time at the county, actually. So the paramedic base in Pembroke currently is the last paramedic base that we rent from an external partner. It's owned by the Pembroke Regional Hospital under a lease which ends September 2025 with a 1 year or one renewal option for another 5 years. However, I would say the leases with the Pembroke Hospital, it's kind of a all in the family type of an arrangement, I guess I would say. So we're being asked to pick kind of an end date, and I don't think either party has has a real intention to hold anyone to the letter of the lease, but we are being asked to give an end date because the hospital is looking for the space. Currently, the base is too small, so there's 1 to 2 vehicles parked outside here at the administration building, along with all of our trailers. We are leasing space for RCVTAC Assessment Center at Carrefour in Pembroke, and there's limited space for the community paramedics to operate out of there. And as with any new investment, we're looking down the road to what are the future requirements for a building that will have a useful life of 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. So if we go back to our last sort of scan, which is what was called the Rubenstein report, population in seniors is growing at 2.9%. We have increased responses and a recommendation to add 3 shifts by 2028. Again, so the desired base construction, as my colleagues in paramedic service have worked out, would be 15,000 square feet, 12 bays, we'll say, 12 garages, then some area for crew, office and admin, and RCVTAC. The estimated costs, we're drawing from the newest construction we have, which is ongoing right now, and it's a base in Kawartha Lakes of similar size, and it's estimated at $800 a square foot. So if we do the simple math there, this would be a $12 million construction, substantially bigger than any other paramedic base we have. It would be sort of the flagship paramedic base. Just a funding plan to debenture it over 20 years, which would run as an internal lease between our property department and paramedic service. That's the way all of our paramedic bases were financed. And it would add about $800,000 a year to the paramedic expenses. Roughly 50% of that is funded by the Ministry of Health. So key takeaways. We would like to have construction in the 2025-26 years, move in early 2027, currently estimated at $12 million, which would be debentured. That would increase our internal charges to paramedic service by $800,000. $400,000 of that would come from the province, $347,000 from the county, $53,000 from the city of Pembroke. And so these are the 2 resolutions that are driving that. One is not yet actually been through county council, but it's out of DNP, and that is to direct staff to issue a request for proposal for architectural services to design a paramedic base within the city of Pembroke. And the second resolution came from a closed meeting directing staff to secure property for the site of the new base. So with that, I would pause for any questions of myself or Chief Nolan, if there's any comments on that.
Are there any questions or comments from council? Member from Town of Petawawa.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. Just for comparative purposes, how many square feet is the present facility by the Pembroke Hospital?
Chief Nolan?
Through you, Warden, it's smaller than our current bases that we have in the town of Petawawa or in Prior. Those bases are around 3,200 square feet, and I do believe it's around 2,200 square feet, but I can get back to you to make sure those numbers are correct.
And member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you. Just in preparation for today's meeting, and it's inexact, of course, because the process of measuring the square footage of any building is much more complicated than using the county GIS and just doing a square around the roof line. But doing that, the base at the Pembroke Hospital is about 5,600 feet using just the roof line. To give some comparison, the Pembroke Fire Hall is about the same size as what is being anticipated here. It looks like it's about 16,000 square feet, and what is being proposed here is 15,000. Now, I understand that we also have directed to get some architectural drawings, et cetera, and that is going to certainly refine the process. But I am struggling with the size of this base at 15,000 square feet, 12 bays. I'm not convinced that a base of this size in Pembroke is the most useful use of paramedics. I know that we still have a gap actually in the center of the county. I know that that's one of the discussions we've been having. Now with the Pembroke base, we have substantially augmented the response times that are available in the southwest portions of the county of Renfrew. But I know that the north of Cobden into the peninsula, if you will, where the Ottawa River takes its northward bend, is still outstanding. So I certainly will await the architectural renderings and seeing what the costs may be. But it will take some to convince me that this is an appropriate headquarters, if you will, on the size of this. I think that there's still opportunity for some consideration to alternates. But that direction has been given. We'll follow that through and see what it is going to tell us.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Warden. And through you, just to follow up on Admaston Bromley's comments, does the volume of calls for service play into any of this in terms of planning where ambulances should be stationed?
I believe Chief Nolan has what's called a hot map, or I'm not sure the correct term, but there are a bunch of red dots on it. Heat map, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Warden. So yeah, certainly we look at the deployment based both on the historical data and then what Mr. Rubenstein brought forward in terms of forward projections. Obviously, communities such as yours have quite a bit of dynamic associated with inward migration of individuals and where they live within the area. In other parts of the county, it's a little bit more static in terms of the population, the age of the population, and so on. So I think that probably the most important thing in relation to what we're talking about in the Pembroke base is that similar to the Renfrew base, it would also act as a central stores for the western part of the county. So you can imagine when Barry's Bay comes into Pembroke and drops off a patient, they also then pick up additional supplies and bring them back to their base with them, just as one example. And then secondly, currently we routinely send paramedics to Cobden on standby, for example, from the Pembroke base, and more recently from the Renfrew base. So they're picking up a vehicle in one place, going to another where we don't otherwise have a base station to be able to cover it off. I think, for those of you at the local level in terms of fire service deployment, for example, when we're doing on the high side of 26,000 calls a year, it's a very dynamic process. And for those of you that have used the service, you're as likely to get a paramedic crew from Arnprior or Eganville and Petawawa as Arnprior is to get service from those who started their day in Petawawa on their way back from Ottawa and getting tagged in that part of the county. So we have projected in terms of using both Renfrew, which is a larger base station for those of you that have been to 450 O'Brien, and the Pembroke as two of our nuclei, if you will, to be able to then service Petawawa, Deep River, Barry's Bay, and to a certain extent Eganville. Eganville tends to go kind of either direction, given the number of vehicles that we're servicing out of there. So if you think about an ambulance having a day's worth of stock and supply, and our smaller bases is having, a week's worth of supply, the larger of the two being Pembroke, once it could facilitate the capacity, and the Renfrew base having a month's worth of supply to be able to then feed the lower base stations. And that's a model that we've had success working out of Renfrew with. But right now in the Pembroke base, and the 4 vehicles in the back parking lot that are sitting out under the elements are sitting there because we've frankly run out of room. And we do have a legislative requirement to get all of our assets under shelter, and under shelter that is post-disaster construction compliant. We're not currently meeting that requirement, and it's one of the reasons that we need a larger capacity in the Pembroke area, simply to serve Pembroke, but also all adjacent municipalities in the western part of the county. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Thank you. Supplementary.
Yes, please. Thank you, Warden. And through you, So just considering all the various 17 municipalities, is there a threshold in a particular municipality where you would say, okay, we've reached a point here where there's enough calls for service in this municipality that they need another permanently stationed vehicle and a crew? Or is there some different formula that, you work out of a main base and then you put all these different crews out, as you said, waiting in Cobden or waiting in certain areas?
Chief Nolan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think there's both the issue of reliability and predictability. And so, for example, the more recent move that we made in Eganville, for example, was to stabilize the Petawawa-Pembroke corridor, because by being able to maintain assets and begin the assets at that location, one of those two assets goes mobile immediately after they go on shift. So they then start to fill in other holes. And we know that Petawawa and Pembroke are very busy. One way is to put all the assets there. Another way is to position them with adjacency. So we have an additional vehicle running out of Petawawa now. But all of our vehicles truly are county-wide assets. So while they may start and finish their day there, we're constantly moving assets around based upon the availability of the paramedics, where the holes are created, and where we anticipate increases in call volume. And I think, Cobden is a good example with Westmeath and a larger area where we do have paramedics on standby. We also have a community paramedic dedicated to that area, which provides additional response capacity through the day. But we don't currently have a facility to be able to accommodate that. And if you look at Mr. Rubenstein's projections, that would likely at some point be more efficient to actually have a base in a location such as Cobden than it is simply to be moving assets from Pembroke and Renfrew to cover off those areas. But that's not where we're at today. I think that was a conversation going back to 2014, I believe, based on my notes. And we've been keeping a close eye on that since that time. And the municipality there has also been good to provide us temporary accommodations, as has the family health team more recently, so that our staff have had a place to go while they're on standby, much like we're now doing with the Algonquin-Pikwakanagan. So there are kind of interim solutions, but there isn't a direct threshold to your question that says that this meets a requirement. We have to look at it in the balance and say what is driving the demand in a particular area, and how do we make sure that we have adjacency, or we're starting a unit in that spot to be able to maintain that coverage.
Thank you. Any further questions? And a comment from Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Ordinance. Through you. Just for clarity, one of the questions about the square footage. So the GIS is not too bad, Councillor. So looking at the lease document I have in front of me here, it's about 4,500 square feet currently at the Pembroke base. And so as just like for clarity, and the current newer bases we have in Petawawa, Pembroke, Petawawa, Iron Park, et cetera, around 3,200. So it's actually double. So my mistake and my clarity. So thank you.
Member from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you. Through you, Warden, to Chief Nolan. Chief, I know fire have, and I think you've touched on this, fire have regulations about storage and indoor storage of what needs to be stored. I think you touched on it, but it is a provincial legislation for storage of materials inside, such as ambulance and such. Is that correct?
Chief Nolan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Warden. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Yes, it is a requirement in our certification process to have indoor storage at post-disaster construction requirement for all of our assets.
Okay, thank you. And Kilu Hagdy Richards.
Thank you, Chair. Question in regards to the share between County of Renfrew and Pembroke. Is that looked at on a annual basis, or
Mr. Burke?
Through you, Warden, I believe that one is population-based, and when we share by population, it is the MPAC population as produced at the election cycle. So the population changes every 4 years.
Thank you. Mr. Kilu Hagdy Richards.
just to follow up? So basically, MPAC was done 2016?
Nobody, yeah, they do. They do it on an election cycle because they're charged with assisting or providing the electoral lists for each individual municipality. Thank you. Mr. Burke?
Thank you, Warden. So moving on, there was no decision there. We have some items pending, and we'll have greater accuracy with our own Class D estimate, and we'll take it from there when that becomes apparent. The next item is a big ticket item, which we've been talking about for the last at least year, which is the RCHC renewal. So you recall that in September, with County Council, we had a presentation from Roth Eames, which was the service provider we hired to do a BCA study of our housing stock. And they left us with their suggestion that we consider divestment of our worst units, our poorest units, where the value of the repairs probably doesn't warrant continuing to repair those buildings. We should look at a green build solution. And then the RCHC board directed staff to develop a renewal and replacement strategy to maintain and grow the community housing solution in Renfrew County. That is a very broad mandate. So what I've done is we've internally, staff have walked through this debate of what does an RCHC renewal strategy look like, and we would present staff's decision tree on how we think what we would suggest would be a renewal strategy at any rate. So sort of the first fork in the road was, did we want to base our renewal strategy around buildings we would own and build, or did we want to think outside the box and go private sector, rent supplements, private partnerships, that type of item? So the private sector is innovative, possibly cost efficient, but unreliable in producing units. We couldn't guarantee that we would get enough units by a certain date to divest of our current stock. So what we decided to do was go both routes. We could grow our housing stock by private sector items and try and get that working, private-public partnerships. Our suggestion is RIP, which is Regional Incentive Program. Our housing services bylaws, our nonprofits, would be used to grow our housing stock. And our existing housing units that we're suggesting we replace, we would replace with our own units, like for like, and then we would have a dedicated timeline to rehouse those tenants and divest of the old asset. We also, as an offshoot, considered using market rent inside of our own units to help subsidize some of the cost. And generally that wasn't best practice. It creates conflict, it requires high numbers of market rents inside of our own units, and it's not usually financially feasible where we've seen it employed before. So we came down on the conclusion that we would replace our poorest FCI units with like-for-like new builds, the same number of units. And then once we came to that conclusion, we then went through the exercise of, so if we're replacing like-for-like with new builds, what are we going to build as a new build? So we considered high-density units, which is apartment blocks, which are slightly more expensive to construct, but generally speaking have lower maintenance costs, right? They centralize heating and a number of other items. We've sort of discarded that idea as they tend to intensify social issues, and we don't have to do that. The one we liked was row housing, which requires slightly more land, but it has lower construction costs, slightly higher maintenance costs, but it allows for what we've called a pro-social design, foster independence, alleviate congestion. We also considered building single-family homes, but again, that's like a row house that requires more land, all the same benefits, except more land requirements. And the other item we considered was renovation of existing structures that we might be able to purchase, like schools and churches. But again, we discarded that as too uncertain to allow us a good timeline to divest of our poorest FCI units. So what we really came down to was we would build row houses on our existing properties as a plan for our renewal strategy. So our draft renewal strategy would be to use our rent supplement, regional improvement plans, housing services bylaw, not-for-profit community groups to grow our number of low-income housing units. We would replace our poorest FCI buildings with new row housing consisting of the same number of units. We would finance the construction of these row houses with a construction loan. We would build the building. We would move the tenants from the existing property into the new building. We would sell the existing property in an as-is, where-is state without the tenants. We would roll the construction loan into a 20-year mortgage, and that cycle would take 3 years. When we look at the number of projects we would consider, based on the detailed BCA study, we broke this out into 8 pieces, our 8 poorest units, mostly following the BCA study, though we did make a few adjustments to ordering and other items that staff felt were warranted. We did engage several real estate agents to give us an estimated sale price, and we can come to the conclusion that if we were to renovate or replace our worst 8 FCI units, it would cost $41 million. We could sell the existing properties for $16 million, mortgage $25 million. It would add about $1.6 million a year to the RCHC operating costs for principal and interest payments. The key takeaways of our draft plan. So this plan involves 8 3-year-long projects to divest of our poorest FCI structures and rebuild them. While we could do them simultaneously, a number of them simultaneously, we would recommend that we start with a single one, which would be the Nelson Street property in Pembroke, and that staff could then apply any lessons learned to the other construction as we get there. Project number 1, which is Nelson Street, would add $265,000 a year in RCHC principal and interest costs. And if we did all 8, it would remove approximately $2 million from our 10-year capital plan. I do have a resolution, but perhaps it's best to stop there for questions.
Yes, thank you. And with that, Council, you're free to ask questions. Member from Boncher Valley.
Thank you, Warden. Thanks, Daniel. This has been great so far. A bit of sticker shock, of course, but you know. My only comment when I was reading this was that I don't think that we should throw out the idea of fair market units included with our affordable or attainable units. I think that it's been done successfully in many places. It does create a sense of home pride for those who are in their affordable units, but they're not stigmatized by being in attainable housing. I think there are some really good things that come along with mixed units, and so I'd just like people to keep that in mind as we move forward, that it's not always good to just create that one type of housing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sure Ms. Patrick and Mr. Davis heard you. Any further questions or comments? Member from Evanston Bromley, then Greater Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Through you to Mr. Burke, I'm presuming, going back to the slide, we have it as 143. It's the charting of single-family row house, et cetera. So the budget was developed essentially at the median cost. Is that correct? $300 is what I'm looking at.
Through you, Warden. Yes, that is correct. We worked with the property department to look at a number of national organizations do produce per square foot pricing, but we were primarily looking at our own builds for the pricing, our own recent construction.
Okay, I'm kind of astonished that row house and single family seem to be identical. I would have thought that there were some efficiencies to be gained in row housing or town housing as opposed to single family. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Greater Madawaska and then Kildu.
Thank you. Through you, Warden. Daniel, you mentioned that we're looking at a one-for-one housing, so replacing only. We just talked about growth in our financial side of things, has there been any thought to increasing the number of homes, since we already have the builders there and doing things as the overall cost? Because that we're going to be looking at growth in that area as well. I'm just wondering if had it opened up into the discussion.
Mr. Kelly?
Thank you. Good question. We have received no direction from this council to move forward with any additional units. We are obliged to keep our 1,069, 62, whatever that number is. I keep forgetting that. And that is our obligation. We've brought it up a few times, asking this council to add more, and we have not been given that direction at this point.
Mr. Burke?
Yes, and through you, I would also add that the Lee and Douglas build is all new. So we have done it when and where funding allowed us to do it. But in this case, we did talk about a great deal, but we were always leaning towards the private sector and our nonprofits and our rent supplements to lean on that as the growth mechanism for our low-income housing, right? And I think we've had a number of discussions, Mr. Howarth talking about housing regional incentive programs and housing services bylaws as a mechanism to encourage private developers to put in affordable or low-income housing.
If I might add, we've had a number of conversations with not-for-profits and developers, and so they're aware of what we have in terms of land and in terms of possibly older stock, and I think this list now has become public, will hopefully generate interest. They're very clear. There has to be some kind of federal or provincial money into the pot with whatever we can contribute before they do it, because we simply have too small of projects. So the other approach that we've taken is that if you look at Cecil Street, it was a tear down of a single family. We made it into a duplex. Mentioned Lee and Douglas. There is some plans being brought forward to do similar things in other areas where there's a single dwelling that's reached its lifetime. Take it down, put up a duplex or a triplex. So you'll see some of that stuff coming up. So incrementally, we are adding 1 or 2 homes, but there's nothing significant at this time, simply because we can't do it, and we haven't had a partner yet. Yes. If the pricing's favorable, look out. We'll be back, or they'll be back, and I'll be sitting here saying yes. So thank you. Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Killu.
Thank you, Chair. Construction costs and sale proceeds, of course, those are very up and down type thing, but these are your best guess.
Mr. David?
Thank you, through you. So best guess for certain points, but we do know from construction costs, we did just finish a renovation at 202 Cecil just last year. So we know we have a baseline costing for a duplex of around $250 per square foot. Also the sale prices, we did get an appraisal of these units already. So we have a baseline currently today. It can change in the future, but as of today, those numbers are reflected of sales from a realtor. So hopefully that gives us some degree of confidence moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brownlee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Through you to Mr. Burke or perhaps Mr. Davis, and I do understand and acknowledge this is high level, but I think it was at our last meeting that I had invited Mr. Burke to comment on some of these buildings. They are already contained within our capital budget for improvements that have been working forward. So I think somewhere in this document it anticipated about a 3-year timeline for the redevelopment, relocation. In the meantime, there are going to have to be capital investments, repairs, et cetera, done on any of these locations. But is there an opportunity within the monies that have been set aside for repair and renovation would be also available to augment sale proceeds, that perhaps there may be some of those monies could be deemed to be a capital investment in the relocation in lieu of having to repair and renovate any of the current.
Gentlemen, flip a coin. Mr. Davis, start off. Mr. Burke, second, or?
Perhaps I'll start.
Okay.
So I would say that of the 8 units in the suggested list of replacement, they have collectively $2 million on our 10-year capital plan. And most of that we would look to not do, provided we can. We would certainly seek to not spend more money on these units unless we have to, if we're going to replace them. In terms of what would augment the sale proceeds, I'm not sure that the sale proceeds were predicated on the buildings themselves, but more the underlying property. And I'm not sure if that was what was driving the sale cost as opposed to the actual structure on them.
If I could provide some clarity, I'm not drilling too much into the sale proceeds other than as a source of revenue to offset the expenditures. That's why I was saying in augmentation. So certainly on the $2 million that's identified to the ideal expectation is that in lieu of required repairs, that would be part of the funding model on moving forward on any of those. So in addition to the 16, almost $17 million, potentially there is 2, though unlikely on the 8 projects, they're not all going to be within 3 years. This is multi-year development, so it's by the end of the day, it's probably little realized out of that 2 million. Anyway, thank you.
So if I might, in short, and it's not meant to be a flip answer, but the expenditures on that building and other buildings as we go forward would be meant to keep the buildings, the building envelope secure and the residents safe. And so the decisions will be made around that. Okay, thank you. All right. I think everybody's been up. Now, Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. So I do have a resolution, and it deals with the start point, which we identified as the poorest of our FCI buildings and the one we would like to start and finish first as sort of the test bed for going forward. We'd like to have this one complete before we begin the others so we can apply those lessons learned. So it's a rather lengthy resolution, but happy to read it.
And then we will, I'm at council's wishes. Would you like to hear the resolution and vote on it, or hear the resolution and we'll vote on all of them at the end of the presentation? So would you like to stroke this one off first off the list? Okay, so we will read the resolution, ask for a mover and seconder, and then debate it.
That County Council directs staff to find, negotiate, or purchase suitable sites for RCHC Renewal Project Number 1, 24 units, 25,200 square feet of row housing, and further, that staff prepare and release a request for proposal for a design and build of RCHC Renewal Project Number 1, and further, that the budget for RCHC Renewal Project Number 1, including any potential land purchase, be $7,560,000 over the 2025 through 2027 years, and further that staff secure a construction loan from Infrastructure Ontario for the estimated cost of Renewal Project Number 1 of $7,560,000, and further that upon completion of RCHC Renewal Project Number 1, the land and buildings at 435 to 481 Nelson Street be sold and the proceeds be used to pay down the aforementioned construction loan.
You've heard, can I get a mover? Greater Madawaska, seconded by Laurentian Valley. Discussion, please. Member Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you very much. Once again, Mr. Warden, I find myself frantically scrolling because I think this may have appeared up front because I had made notes and now I've lost them again. The 7.5, whatever it is, so that's not in any budget right now. It's not in the 10-year capital plan, correct? Okay, thank you. For the record, Mr. Burke indicated with a thumb up that that was accurate. The with respect to the, and I do beg pardon, I'm kind of lost here, but ultimately the opening resolution was that identify, negotiate, and purchase. So number one, we don't have any budget, so it would be difficult for staff to purchase. I anticipate that maybe even the intent was that staff identify and negotiate reasonable options or appropriate options and report to council, because even within the 7.9 million, it's not broken out as what we would anticipate spending on the purchase of property. So the challenge I'm having is delegating to staff authority to make a purchase on something we haven't even established a budget on. And I'm not sure if that's necessarily Mr. Burke's to answer, or perhaps Mr. Kelly or the warden.
Oh, that's why I love the word "or" in here too. I guess we need to clarify as well. The county council's directing staff. The question I guess is now coming to mind is RCHC as a fully owned board. It may be buying this as opposed to council buying the property too, right? So that's a certain certain nuance to all of this as well. Yeah, I mean this is a resolution we put before you. Define and negotiate. The word purchase is neither here nor there right now. We could define or negotiate.
Procurement policy might be relevant.
Well, yeah, the procurement policy, yeah, it might be a $1,000 acre. But I think any recommendation would come back to council for further deliberation by bylaw. Anyways, we can't buy anything without coming back here anyway.
Thank you, member from Amherst.
So just for clarity, I have no issue with any of the rest of the resolution. And in fact, even on that first resolving clause, it was only the purchase that gave me some pause. So if that was removed, I don't know. I will leave to the judgment of the chair if that is a friendly amendment.
Sure, that's a friendly amendment, and I think
He's the expert, of course.
it makes sense. Yes, thank you. So with that, I don't see anybody strenuously objecting. Member from McNabb side.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So just so I'm clear here, it's not in the 10-year capital plan. So we'll find the right process somewhere involving RCHC. But I just like to ask for further clarification. So my recollection in the 10-year capital plan, if we take property number one, for example, there is capital items in the plan based on all the repairs, capital repairs that we would have to do that we would presumably no longer have to do with a new building. And I'm just wondering if that could be clarified, what the savings would be on presumably the worst buildings that would be taking up most of the repair capital budgets, or certainly have the higher number of repairs that would no longer be needed, and how that would affect this whole picture.
Thank you. Mr. Burke, could you talk about Nelson Street? Because I think that's the one that is the building that we're talking about replacing.
Through your warden, unfortunately, I would just need a moment to come up with that number. So perhaps at some point in the future we may break, and I'll dig that out. But I just need a few minutes to.
Thank you. I would suggest we break until 3:05, as we will be coming back to talk about the Algonquin Trail and move forward. I'm sorry?
Before we do, just one other related question. So it says project number one will add $265,000 in annual costs. So if the previous question could be answered in light of that as well too, I'd appreciate it.
No. Yeah. 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 So we can bring that number back to you. Yeah. After the break. Okay. Well, unless you feel that this is an issue that we can't go forward with, but can provide the numbers later, we'd suggest we can go have the vote and provide you the numbers later. Does that make sense? Or is this something you would desperately need before you make your decision? And I'm not being sarcastic.
No, I understand. You're asking the question in terms of moving it along. I don't know.
Okay, so we'll take a break and bring back the question, or bring back the answer for your first question, which regards to repairs projected for Nelson Street for the up to 3 years before it would be sold. Thank you. So we'll be back at 3:05, everybody. Thank you, everyone. And Mr. Burke, I think we left it. You would try and provide an answer to the member from Big Nabbury side.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. So in answer to the question, for the Nelson Street project on the 10-year capital plan, there is only $175,000. It is for kitchen replacements in the year 2030, which obviously wouldn't happen if we do this. I believe the staff have been looking at this for a while and have begun to significantly reduce the planned expenditures on these units that are very poor and have no practical way of bringing them up to the FCI standard we would like. So that's why there's so little occurring at them already.
Thank you. All right, thank you. And with that, do you need the motion read again and recognizing the friendly amendment to stroke the word purchase? Okay, so with that, if you're okay, I'd call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried. Thank you, Council. And Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. The last item that's not on your 10-year capital plan that we'd like to discuss
is batteries for corporate service.
Can't afford that. Is the Algonquin Trail. So just to remind Council of where the Algonquin Trail is at, is the Algonquin Trail, we anticipate it will require another $2.5 million to complete the stone dust application up to Bissett Creek Bridge, which is someplace north of Stone Cliff. And this work is directed from two resolutions in the 2021 and 2022 year. And the gist of the resolutions was that the funds required be withdrawn from a capital reserve and repaid on a first charge on surplus. This is sort of the only place where we've done this first charge on surplus. It's somewhat of a funny way of looking at funding, as any surplus would have gone back into capital reserves anyways. So it's somewhat superfluous to our usual reserve funding. And it's not quite a funding plan, but that's what we have. If we complete $2.5 million of work in the 2025 year, we will fully expend the funding previously allocated by council. There's a fair bit, there is a grant in there, 2 grants, I believe, and then the balance coming from reserves. In order to complete the stone dusting of the entire Algonquin Trail, so the portion beyond Bissett Creek up to the boundary with Papineau Cameron, staff estimate it would cost an additional $3.7 million and take the 2026 to 2027 period to complete. So staff have thrown out a recommendation that we do not proceed with stone dusting application north of Bissett Creek, and the county seek grant opportunities if and when available to complete the work. The trail will be open on an as-is basis north of Bissett Creek.
Thank you. And, okay. Thank you.
Just to add to Mr. Burke's comments, and of course Mr. Hanrath is here, to answer specific questions. So we, as late as Friday, we toured the area. We were in Bissett Creek and quite enjoyed our visit to Head Clare and Mariah. Beautiful. Thank you for welcoming us to your community. Beautiful community. Like I'm buttering you up for this. The last major piece of infrastructure is the Bissett Creek Bridge. For those who have traveled through the area, know that the bridge over Highway 17 is quite substantial. It's got quite the height. It has 2 cement supports that are now at a state of disrepair. We are still seeking absolute clarification that it is actually our bridge, not MTO's bridge. But regardless, the bridge needs to be replaced. The really only safe option for crossing in that very tricky area is likely with a new bridge over the 17, Highway 17. So that 3.7, I think, includes a new bridge, or at least some bridge enhancements on that. So that's why it's a little more. And then beyond that, there's from Bissett Creek Road or Crossing Road is about 16 kilometers of stone dust, or of trail, sorry, between Highway 17 basically and the Papineau-Cameron border. So when the $3.7 million comes up, they go, oh my gosh, that's a hell of a lot more than anywhere else. That's why. And the distance to aggregate would add into that. So just wanted to add some for the clarity, Warden.
Thank you. So I would assume I need to present a motion since we're directing staff not to proceed, and then also to post an as-is sign.
Not particularly at this point, Warden. I think what we're suggesting, and this is a notice of it's a notice of motion. We are advising you that as directed already, that staff will continue the work. We have the work plan. We've got the $4 million work plan. We will continue that work to the end of 2025. I think in the meantime, what the Trails Committee is going to hear is an additional plan after 2025 on how things will proceed. That's our recommendation at the moment, but we haven't brought back that full plan to the Trails Committee. If it's a bit of a change of course, because you recall there was a business case, or at least when a development property assessed this before, we suggested to you that $4 million would complete the stone dusting of the trail between Petawawa and Papineau-Cameron. There was a caveat in there saying once we get into the structures, we're not sure how much those are going to cost. It's going to be worth a heck of a lot more. So this is a bit of a change of direction. If you're fine with this approach so far, I think it just means that staff is recommending this. If today you say absolutely not, we're going to stone dust and replace every bridge from now on in, then we'd like to hear that piece. But otherwise, I would suggest that staff is coming back to you with a further plan after 2025.
Okay, thank you. And member from Deep River.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think the significant part about that is we have the Trails Committee operations. There is enough work to be done that will take us for a significant amount of time. During that time, staff is going to be looking for every opportunity to apply for grants and see what's out there. So we thought that taking that time some money might fall on our laps. So that's one of the things.
Okay, thank you. Member from Head Clermont, please.
I can use my teacher voice too. I want I want you to know in particular that I'm completely understanding of the situation that the Trails Committee is in. I live there. I know we would like to wake up tomorrow morning and it was all done and beautiful. But so far, everything that you've done is beautiful, and we are those of us who are thinking straight. Know for sure that bridge has to be coped with, and it's not news that it's there, and it's not news that it's a problem. But I appreciate, and to you and staff, the kind of hours that you've put into it. And so far, it's beautiful behind my house. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And thank you for your kind words. And with that, member from Killaloe, I'm assuming you have kind words?
Just a quick question. Applicable signage, what would be the designation of that? Like what would be on the signs?
We'll turn to Mr. Hanrath, please.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to the councillor from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards. It would be signage indicating that the trail is available for use as is, where is, that identifying any of the risks, such as there being railway spikes or anything like that, still located within the ballast. Gates in some locations to restrict access to motor vehicles and things like that as well.
Okay, thank you. And I'll go Greater Madawaska and then Edmonton Bromley.
Thank you, through you, Warden. I know that if we put this off, I'm just wondering, when we bring it back to us, can we also have what type of economics or what return on investment we get from this? from tourists, like number of tourists and what type of money is brought in by this trail, just going forward, just so that we have an understanding?
You'll get a fairly immediate answer in the next little while, because that's one of the things we discussed at the last trails meeting, was to be able to better offer metrics on what the advantages of our strategy over the last few years, and then also at the same time try and get some information from other communities as well, so we had an overall number for the county of Renfrew. Thank you. And was that Mr. Bromley, I believe?
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Through you to, well, I'm not sure who this is in fact to, but so the bottom recommendation, and I'm uncertain if I may have misunderstood Councillor Doncaster, but ultimately the recommendation is a pause. I'm assuming it's an indefinite pause pending other sources of funding on this. It is a challenge for me. One of the things that I think was part of the operations report, there was another element in there that had suggested that it would not be unwise to anticipate that perhaps Papineau Cameron may seek some assistance from the county of Renfrew, even on that part of the trail that is not within the contiguous county of Renfrew. So that is an additional cost. I'm also given to understand that there is a bridge over the Algonquin Trail just to the east of Renfrew that potentially could be removed. I'm also given to understand that at some point over the next century, MTO is given to twinning 417. So in fact, there is not room on the bridge now for 4 lanes that go over the top of the Algonquin Trail. So all of these are considerations moving forward. So I am certainly in agreement that at this point we pause. That first $4 million is anticipated to be used up in 2025. It's almost another $4 million in addition to that, and not counting perhaps any assistance in our neighbor to the north. The follow-up, though, that I'm at a point of wondering, because it seems like all it does is add uncertainty, that our treasurer is reporting to it as our funny funding model. It has been innovative that we have this line that says the first charge against any surplus, which in my estimation does little except to confuse the annual auditor year-end unaudited financial statement and auditor's report as to here's the surplus. No, it isn't, because we already have to spend it against this thing. It seems to me, and I will acknowledge that I think that I was the principal party that was digging my heels in with respect to a levy or levy dollars being applied to the Algonquin Trail, as had been the position of the county of Renfrew when it purchased this or ultimately took possession of this. But it seems now it might be the time to retire that. I guess that there's only 1 year left and it's anticipated to close it out. But I'm of a mind of, why don't we just simply fund this out of our capital reserve? I don't know which one. We can pick one. But ultimately, this notion of then having it as the first charge against surplus, I don't think that is doing much for the county of Renfrew except confusing financial reporting, particularly year-end financial reporting. I'd be most open to just disregarding that moving forward.
Mr. Burke, and before Mr. Burke, I'm not sure how that occurred, so Mr. Burke, go ahead.
Through Mr. Warden, the CAO and I talked about this at great length. And as you say, it is confusing, and our best solution was to not confuse it further by trying to get rid of it. We'll just let it elapse in the 2025 year. We'll be done with it, and then we will never pass another bylaw that says first charge on a surplus, hopefully. That is my hope. I think that's where we landed on it,
So if I'm
Mr. Bromley.
If I'm understanding correctly, it is the position of the treasurer and the CAO that the smell will waft away, and we might as well just let that happen now. The fish is going bad, but we might as well let it finish. Correct?
Well, yeah, it is, works are being planned already for tendering and going out for the rest of that piece of trail. We've got some aggregate in residual, right? We're basically by the end of next year, all the aggregate that we've been able to negotiate with MTO over the years and otherwise will be depleted. So that is an actual fact. And to what do you call it? Upset the apple cart at this point, we thought wouldn't be helpful to it all. But of course, we serve at the pleasure of council.
If I may pursue the line of reasoning, ultimately all we're talking about is the journal entry that is showing that we're repaying it at a surplus. And that's where I'm coming from. In the most recent unaudited financial report in April of this year, it was clearly understood. In the unaudited financial report in April of 2023, it was somewhat confusing because the surplus was understated because that charge had already been done. And in fact, there was a substantial allocation towards that. So really, when we're talking about the funding out of the first charge against surplus, all that is a journal entry. And really what we are saying is, so if we have a surplus, we're paying it back, but we're putting that surplus into our capital reserves anyway, so why are we not simply depleting our reserves by 2.5 million rather than at the end of 2025 having a surplus of 3 million, but really it's only 500,000 because we had to allocate 2.5 million of that to repay this loan. That seems needlessly confusing and arcane, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Burke?
You know, I think, yeah, staff don't have a strong feeling either way. Again, by the end of 2025, we should be clear of it. But if you would like to repeal, I guess, the previous two bylaws, or
Yeah, I mean, just if you want to make a motion that you pay for it out of capital reserve, then that would be the superseding motion, right? That would be, it just negates that other motion that we're taking out of surplus, that we shall no longer take that out of the surplus dollars, or the first charge against the surplus dollars, that we should now fund it out of the growth, or the A reserve, I don't know which one, A reserve, then so be it.
I would move that it's simply that the final $2.5 million expenditure of the anticipated $4 million simply be funded from capital reserves with no charge against surplus.
Okay, thank you. Seconder? Head Clerk Mariah? Discussion? Member from Armpire.
Thank you, Warden. My memory may be a little vague, but I remember somewhere along the line that if there was a surplus, it automatically went into capital reserves. If there wasn't any, then the trails would get the $250,000 from it regardless. Is that not how it went?
Through you, Warden, slightly different. The actual policy that we have here at the County of Renfrew is any surpluses do go into the reserves. But this new motion was that the very first charge of any surplus, or to any surplus, would go towards the Algonquin Trail. Yeah. Can we just be clear, though, that the motion on the table is the 2025 surplus or the 2024 surplus? I just need to be clear that we're talking about the 2025 surplus.
My intent is simply for the final $2.5 million, which is anticipated for 2025.
Yeah.
Mr. Burke has identified in his PowerPoint presentation of where he anticipates a surplus at the end of the year. So given that we're relatively close to the end of the year, I'm predicating this simply on the final installment.
Okay, I just need, are we clear on that? Okay, because there's 2.5 million in 2025, but we've spent whatever we spent this year, and that's coming out of the surplus. Anyway, okay, as long as we're clear.
Isn't 800,000 a ballpark figure
of
this year?
830 or
in
something.
addition, to whatever was done before.
Thank you. So any further comments? Deep River, please.
Yeah, thank you, Warden. I'm not in favor of this, only the fact that then if you want to keep the reserves at the same levels, then you have to fund them from somewhere. At this point, we have the funding to do the work that we can do at this point in time, and hopefully we'll find some other avenues of revenue coming forward. But funding it now, it doesn't make sense because we're not going to do the work right now anyway. And further to that, just a comment that there is going to be a joint partners meeting for the trails with our partners on both ends soon. And some of the topics that were mentioned will come up.
Thank you. Mr. Brownlee.
Yeah, if it's required, I would suggest that my resolution be amended, that the funds be drawn from the working capital reserve.
Okay, thank you. Is that okay with the seconder? Thank you. Any further discussion? So I will never ever poach from the surplus again with a motion, I promise. All those in favor? Opposed to the motion? Okay, the motion is carried. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And the final item I have for today is a new approach to our capital planning. So as you're aware from the last few years, staff have been very eagerly trying to get a head start on capital jobs, trying to get tenders out earlier and earlier. And to carry that forward, we have come up with what I'll call pre-budget approval, or simply that council is going to approve part of the 2025 budget today, and that part is a piece of your capital plan. So staff see the advantages of this as a early tendering of projects. The projects continue uninterrupted of the calendar cycle. We can place orders for things that have very long order times, such as HVAC units, ambulances, that type of item. We can place the order now with certainty, knowing that we have approval to do so. They won't arrive until 2025 anyways. It allows our multi-year projects to carry forward uninterrupted. There's no break as we decide whether it's going to carry forward or be ground to a halt and wound up. And the other item coming off of this morning's discussion is with the committee of the whole. You know, I think we still have to come to ground on what budget day 2025 would look like under the new structure. And with that uncertainty, we're looking to advance most of our capital plans now, today, so that they aren't hung up by that. So, again, a number of the items on the next 3 slides are items that were already begun in the 2024 year, and we're seeking the capital approval to carry them forward to finish them for the 2025 year. A number of the items are long order times, and then there's a number of items that Mr. Perkins would like to get a start on now and get that tender out as soon as the project is ready. So what we have before you is $36 million of our $55 million long-term capital plan, 10-year capital plan. And before I read what is possibly the record-holding longest resolution, I'll stop for questions.
Member from Blanchard Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. So when I first opened up my package, I thought, I don't like this. But the more I think about it, and speaking to some of my residents on Opeonga Road, as my colleague very astutely pointed out earlier, that a portion of Opeonga was supposed to be done, and then a portion a couple of years from now, which made no bloody sense since the entire road had sort of fallen apart. And the cost savings that we got by tendering that early, I think that this is probably a very smart idea, especially when it comes to vehicles. These ambulances obviously don't come cheap, and I think that perhaps this is something that you know, it's new, it's innovative. I'm not sure if other counties or municipalities do it, but I think knowing the pricing that we got on a couple of our infrastructure needs this year, I'm actually in for it. I didn't think I would be, but I am. So thanks for this, Daniel, and whoever thought this brainchild up. I think it doesn't hurt to start tendering right away for next season. Thanks.
Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. I do like this idea in terms of getting some favorable pricing on tenders. And again, back to the ambulances, sometimes it takes a while to get those. So I do like that for that reason. My question is, if we do pre-approve $36 million, does that reduce our flexibility in terms of when it comes to budget day and we're deliberating on operations and other capital projects? Are we reducing our flexibility?
So through you, Warden, for certain. So your budget day decision would have involved a list of $55 million worth of projects. If I look at our 10-year capital plan, they will still obviously be part of your budget, but we will have started on $36 million of it. And, it's already theoretically running to greater or lesser degree. You might not be able to get out of 36 million of your 55. So 3/5 are kind of, well, I would seek to say that they were committed should you approve this. And you would be working on the 2/5 you have left if you were looking to delay, change, adjust things.
Okay. Supplementary?
Yes, please. Thank you. I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this, but how do the directors of the departments feel about this? The reduced flexibility in terms of, are they content getting out in front of all of these and having a good portion of their budget already set in stone, and then having reduced flexibility when it comes to other projects and operation costs?
You are allowed to ask it, and the CL, please.
Thank you, and individually, I guess they can answer the questions. However, I'll answer for them. So if I look at the bigger ones, I mean, there's some massive ones here, and they're in public works. So the ones that are really big, Cumbermere Bridge, and the one in, is it Brooms Creek? The one in Foresters Falls, where we own a dam, and we've got to design the bridge over a dam. We've got to rebuild a dam. They're working in water. There's a small window to work in water. And turtles notwithstanding, all these other things we have to go through. By going out in November, essentially, with a tender and design and all these other things and getting the quotes and getting going, it'll get us the project done quicker and hopefully less disruption. I mean, there'll still be disruption. This is often seen in other counties where the capital budgets are approved in the fall and operation budgets are approved in the spring, because it allows you to get going, get designs going and everything else, and hopefully get the curve going before everybody else does. Everybody else is going. There's a lot of work to get between the approval of this, design done, and everything else. So this is a massive improvement of what we're trying to squeeze into the construction period. The comment was made earlier, ambulances already take 16 months, right, to get in, 18 months sometimes. So hopefully this will speed this up. So again, they can address, should they feel it necessary, but this massively increases our opportunity. Your question about flexibility, these are the items that are the biggest driver to all of the capital projects in here. The other ones are obviously, any capital project is a massive one. I think these ones have been identified by every director here. These ones have to get done. These are, in terms of our priority of $55 million, these are $36 million projects that need to be prioritized.
Thank you. Okay, seeing any other comments? No, that's good. Mr. Perkins?
Yes, thank you, Warden, and through you. It's easy for us in Capital Works because we have a 10-year plan. So essentially, if you were to do multi-year budgeting, which is, we would say, okay, we want 4 years approved in advance, and we would roll out the projects that way. So for us, we've already got the 10-year plan ahead of us, so it makes it really easy. But again, as Councillor Murphy had mentioned, we got such good pricing last year that we feel the opportunities to go out early. And also, as Daniel alluded to, there's a couple of items that need long lead times. So we're looking forward to getting these approved. And in past, Council has always approved our capital asks anyways. So this was an opportunity to get ahead of the curve.
Thank you. The member from Amherst and Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. I'm pretty sure that all of Mr. Perkins' colleagues up there would remind him that they have components in the 10-year capital plan as well. Perhaps when you've been sitting in on some of the other committee meetings, you've been attending to your own department and not really paying attention to what we're discussing. The challenge for me here is the earliest, I don't know if it was the earliest we went out, but I wonder if Council remembers the angst after the first tender was awarded last year. I think it was 400,000 over budget. Didn't seem to be the bellwether that there was concern early on it was going to be. I get this. This has always been the case, that the earlier we get, though I would suggest to you that there probably is a sweet spot there as well when it is best to go to market. I'm not opposed per se to this, but I'm really challenged in process here. So Operations Committee, or let me back up a little bit. So just 5 weeks ago Wednesday, we approved the budget schedule. I don't see any of this in the budget schedule. Of all of the standing committees that met this month, Operations is the only one that gave consideration to having an accelerated capital plan. They actually only even identified, I think it was A through E. I think there were 8 elements. There's a lot more of that here. There was nothing discussed at Health Committee, and in reviewing the agenda for each of the other committees, nothing was brought forward to them. I would remind all of Council, as part of our budgeting process in January at committee, we would review the capital plan. So at the very least, if we were going to be considering approving, and that is what it is, the page, I think, before Mr. Burke, it is essentially defining pre-approval means approval. Just stick the word pre and a hyphen in front of it. Ultimately, none of us outside of Operations have seen any of these. That is, in my estimation, a challenge process-wise. That has always been part of this. It is giving me pause that we are considering substantive change in how we're budgeting, and it was done without, and I believe that this was inadvertent, but nonetheless, committees were not engaged in any of this. So I am more than happy to have a discussion in 2025 on how we budget, but this never came up at Finance and Administration either, and Finance and Administration ultimately, in terms of reference, is tasked with budget processes. It seems appropriate that if this was being considered, Finance and Administration might have given it consideration a couple of weeks ago. We did not. I am more than happy to have this discussion, but I am quite upset against what I perceive, again, as policy on the fly. Say, Thursday at 4:45, I was apprised that this was going to be on the agenda for today. I think that is inappropriate. I will take this opportunity to say to Mr. Burke, I would absolutely love to have all of these documents in Excel format. It was just impossible for me to respond by the time I was looking at this document on Sunday, trying to watch football, trying to pay attention to this. In any event, there is a process to follow, and I think that it has not been followed. And I am challenged to now be signing off on capital expenditures that this is the first time I've seen them. Nothing has been put in front of the Health Committee. I believe the total is something on the order of 5 million. I think Mr. Blackmore is 1.2 for an air conditioning unit. I think the balance is with Chief Nolan. It would have been appropriate for our Health Committee to have been afforded the same process as Operations. So again, as I note, Operations only identified 8 of the projects here. And I think there's at least 3 times that many that are put on the list. So for that reason, for this year, I am not at all prepared to approve pre-approval, but I am absolutely prepared in 2025 to give consideration through the Finance and Administration Committee of amending this. I know that we have discussed on occasion whether it's time for the County of Renfrew to actually be doing multi-year budgets. This seems to be almost taking us down that road, but not with any cogent, comprehensive approach, but on an ad hoc basis. So for that reason, Mr. Warden, I am not in favor of this, but I am certainly in favor of this notionally returning to Finance and Administration for consideration in 2025.
Okay, thank you. Member from Boncher Valley.
Thank you, Warden. I think to my colleague's point, when I first opened it up, as I said, I thought, well, wait a minute, that we didn't have conversation about this. But as the warden said earlier, sober second thoughts, I was thinking this is very efficient and we are laying eyes on it as committee of the whole in council. And it is a great opportunity for us to all look at this idea together and state our cases. But again, when I first opened it, I thought, well, we had no conversation about this at Health Committee or at F&A, but it is a really good idea, as our CAO very smartly said, especially around turtle season, trying to get, in-water work done. And we've seen the efforts that go into those with any culvert that we've put in. I don't know. I don't disagree that it was a shock, but you can't throw out the baby with the bathwater when it is a really, really innovative and good idea.
Thank you. Abbotston Bromley, please.
I am not suggesting, for clarity, that it is not a good idea. The sober second thought, though, I don't think is akin to what we've been describing as the sober second thought earlier in our meeting today, that I got this at close of business on Thursday, was unable to look at it on Friday. So I've had about 2 days or 3 days to review this. And again, it is a substantive change to how we budget. It is a subversion of how we typically budget. Again, I do not believe that was willful, but this is not how this is not how business should be conducted by the council for the county of Renfrew. There should be a deliberative approach, and I don't believe that was afforded to us in how this approach was taken. Others may differ, obviously. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Mr. Kelly.
Some things are mine to own, and I'll own this one. Our obligation on a yearly basis is to bring back a long-term financial plan for your review, which we've done today, and for ways to fund it and to move forward with different projects. So when this was brought, understanding that operations did look at this, I think this is just, we needed a resolution to be brought before you, a recommendation, so we brought this before you in terms of how to pay for and what's moving out of the long-term financial plan, but understand your concerns and I'll take them away from here. Should you wish it to sit on this for a bit and consider it at F&A or at the individual committees, obviously staff would be fine with that. These are the items of prioritization for each committee that are before you, and we can bring the same back to each committee for discussion and or approval.
Okay, and so just for my information, so if this motion today gets defeated, can the motion then be placed to have the individual items returned to committee in November for a final decision? Because I always worry about reconsideration and getting 2/3, and so I just want to make sure that I don't want this lost.
Yeah, no, I think this motion, it suggested to accept all these as a whole as pre-budget approval. We're not suggesting that if this motion is lost, you can always have a motion to consider at a later time or to defer the decision and do. There's a bunch of motions you can put in place that do not just put this on the table and then kill it. There are ways to postpone to a definite time if you like to do that, and then consider it at that time. If you're worried about that, this decision just says basically after a time today that we would move forward to this list of however many and start the work to get these tendered, and get some values back to you.
Thank you. And that was the next piece. The regular procurement policies in place, the delegated authority policies in place as well. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So with that, seeing no further, I'm sorry, Aaron Pryor.
Thank you, Warden. My only comment is timeline. You're going to be here by December to get some of these things done. Last year we had the asphalt done. It was $155. We got it for $1.25. We saved lots of money. That's why there's a little bit of a surplus under operations. I'm fully in support of putting this out, and let's get going. Thank you.
Okay, so having seen that, Mr. Bromley, please.
I would suggest, Mr. Chair, that Councillor Lynch has actually rebutted his own argument, that if we achieved substantial savings even following the normal process and calendar, and the one, by the way, as I'd indicated, we approved barely a month or just slightly over a month ago, just following the normal procedure, we achieved those savings that Councillor Lynch is recognizing at this point, and that was in approving our capital budget in January, not in October.
Thank you. So with that, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion? Oh, no, motion, my apologies, motion needs to be read. Sure, it's, I'm giving him leave not to read the whole list. I think we've seen it.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. The resolution that County Council grant 2025 budget approval, pre-budget approval, to proceed with the following capital projects. And the list is before you, totaling $36 million.
Thank you. Can I have a mover? I think we already have a mover. Do we have a mover? No? Okay. Sorry, we have a mover. Is that Deep River? A seconder? We'll go Laurentian Hills. And this... Oh, I'm sorry, Laurentian Valley. Sorry, the podium's in the way. And with that, all those in favor? Opposed? And it's carried. Thank you, Council. So with that, we'll move to item number 8, which is bylaws. No bylaws. And item number 9, notice of motions. None. Members' written motions. None. New business. No new business. Okay, good news. Or sorry, not good news, but thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No new business is no new business. And so with that, the confirmatory bylaw, which is 138-24, confirmatory bylaw, October 28th, 2024. Recommendation that bylaw 138-2024 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on October 28, 2024, be now numbered, deemed read 3 times and passed. Mover, please. Greater Madawaska and Petawawa. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you very much. Just prior to adjourning, I'd like to thank staff. We have asked them to be innovative and to take a critical look at how we do business. And so that, you know, I think we spent a very productive day today. And I know that, you know, we have discussed different wording for things and moving things around a little bit, but for the most part, I think we've agreed that any of the changes or processes that we brought in today are an advancement of business, and will also demonstrate an appropriate means of ensuring that all members of council get information. I can't remember who I was talking to earlier, but I have heard from members of council on occasion that they hadn't heard something, and you know, and then when it came to council, luckily they had watched I'll call it the tape, but they just watched YouTube and saw it on the tape, and then you know, were able to discuss it, but had really wanted the paper copy of what council may, or what committee may have discussed. So I think this helps that. I think it also broadens knowledge, because I think the second part of that is each one of you potentially has the opportunity to sit as warden, and we need to broaden your knowledge before we place you in the chair. So I think that, you know, that played out a couple of things for us. But again, thank you to staff, and then also thank you to council. I know there was a lot of numbers and sentences flying around. You managed to pull them out of the air, so I appreciate that. Member from Mr. Bromley.
Just a point of information, please, Mr. Warden. So I have in the past reviewed the YouTube postings of our meetings, wherein the votes that are non-recorded are still made public. Unfortunately, those that are participating virtually do not appear in the room. They're not actually on the front screen when the vote is held. I wonder if you could advise on the last motion vis-a-vis pre-approval of the capital items. I can certainly review the tape to see who in the room was opposed. Can you advise on what the votes cast were from the virtual attendees?
I believe that there was one in opposition.
Okay, thank you very much.
So with that, I would seek a motion for adjournment. Recommend the meeting adjourn, and the next regular council meeting be held on Wednesday, October 30th, 2024, which seems very close. Member from Bonnechere Valley, second member from Empire. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you very much.